the bugs. Yum, yum. Adrenochrome so good. Population control. Jawohl, jawohl, jawohl. Thank you for your sacrifice. I despise you. Adrenochrome so good. Nouvelle order, nouvelle order. Population control. Yum, yum. You will eat the bugs. We need a great reset. Jawohl, jawohl, jawohl. You will own nothing and be happy.
Ha-ha! Spider-Man! What's cracking, baby? Woo! Hey! Where you going, Spider-Man? Woo-hoo! Ha! You're getting the girl. Save the day. Yeah! Go, Spider-Man!
If they're into computer stuff, go to the one place that has it all, like Spider-Man the computer game. There's something fun for everyone at Best Buy.
Go get him, Spider-Man! Yeah!
Sorry, we're on full fentanyl now. You die, America. It's like, you die, Americans, Africa too. It's China's property. Oh, we tell you to lock down, you starve to death. You scared of virus, but you starve to death. Chapang chang wanga hakangi pong chamangi wanga honga patanga pato. Starve America, starve Europe too. Kill the Africans, kill them all. Chaping chang wan chang pang chang yong. Pong chang wang wang dong dong dong. We found the Antifa Maoist group. Ha 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 ha. We love Hillary too. It's so damn fun. You're so damn scared. Wear your mask and prepare to die. Chang wang chang chang pong chang yi. Dong dong long bong bong geeky. We love LeBron James. He's so good. Death camps, all kinds of students too. Kill the Muslims, kill the Christians, kill the Buddhas, liberal lovers, ping chow wang chang bing tong kong, bong dong long chong tong da tong. Bill Gates loves us, he does so good. Take our vaccines and die like you should. Shang wang pong pong bing pong pow. Ching no huang huang quang chow chow. Chang pong tong tong ja ping pa chi. Down with Trump, up with Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, he kill you now. Take the shots and learn how to die. Die, American scum. Ping, pow, ping, po, bang, chakang. Chang, chong, ching, pang, dong, bagong. We own your dead, your media too. Ha, 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 ha. It's time to die. Take your shots and roll your eyes. Liberal good, wear your mask. I'm your Chinese communist king. Pong, chang, wang, bong, ching, pak, wang. Wang, chong, ping, quang, pong, chakong. Guang, chong, King Kong, Pong, Chakwan.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Let me know if you can hear me and everything. I think it should be good. All right, how's everybody doing on this, I don't know if I'd say fine, but, you know, on this Thursday. See, we got Fractured Filter in the house. How you doing, Fractured?
Oh, hello there.
I got another hello clip. Hope you like that. Always nice to have a fellow cynical asshole in the house, because, yeah, our first topic today is going to be very much me being a cynical asshole. I will not eat the bugs. Yeah, you like that new intro clip? I think I'm going to keep that one. There's my Yoshi. Yeah, we love the Alex Jones clip. It's always a good song. You got dude in the house. Oh, wait. Sorry.
The more the magicer.
There we go. I almost forgot. How you doing, dude? I'm amazed the MCU hasn't blacked yet. You know what? Yeah, you're right. It's Star Wars that's blacked.
Welcome, valued customer.
You know, that really is probably the only good episode of Disney. That episode of The Mandalorian is probably the only good episode of Disney. The only good thing to come out of Disney Star Wars. Let's be real. Nerdy Neo, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, hello there.
I feel you ever get that thing where you feel like you're about to sneeze, but you're not sneezing, and so you just have this like weird feeling in your nose, like you're about to sneeze. Very anxiety-inducing. So I don't want to sneeze on stream and blow your ears out. I'm getting some snowish here, so I'm a happy camper. And hey, new hello. Yes, yeah. I finally put that together. You know, that Shrek clip is in fact not from any of the movies, and it's not even Mike Myers voicing Shrek. It's from like a YouTube clip that they did. It's crazy how much effort companies used to put into things. Like they made these Shrek skits specifically for YouTube. I miss things like that. Hey, I'm not a cynical asshole. It's not my fault. My opinion's the correct one. Yeah. I mean, same here, but I guess that's how you become a cynical asshole, right? The MCU has Black Heimdall and Black Nick Fury. That's not what I'm talking about. Fallen Angel. So what dude is referencing is Jack Black, because I got Jack Black in the intro. So he's talking about that. But yeah, I know it has a bunch of race swap characters. Those aren't even the worst. I think the one that probably annoyed me the most was either Namor in the Black Panther movie. They really butchered him. Or Black Valkyrie in whatever that Thor movie was. That was probably the most disappointing for me. Yeah, exactly, dude. I don't think he knows what you're referencing. Alright, so let's see. So today we got a couple of topics. I think the first topic is going to piss off a bunch of you. So that's why I said I'm glad we have some cynical assholes here. Black Nick Fury was in one of the continuities of the comics. Yeah, so he in the original Ultimate comics, he was... Actually, he was white originally for like one comic, and then they decided to remodel him after Nick Fury. And then the mainstream comics did bring Black Nick Fury in after the movies, but you know, by then the comics were all, already in the toilet, so... I have no idea what you mean by this. But yeah, so the first one's going to be a topic that I think is going to piss off a lot of you guys, but, you know, something important, something I got to cover. And then the second topic will hopefully be more fun. But before we get started with that, a couple other housekeeping things. Next Thursday, Christmas Day, should have a pretty normal stream, normal time and all that. So that'll be... So since we're finishing Metal Gear Rising today, I think we're actually... Neo and Dude, I know you guys are both here. I know you love achievement hunting. We're going to be doing some achievement hunting on Christmas Day. So if you're interested in that, you can always tune in. It'll be a very interesting form of achievement hunting, I think. So we're doing that Christmas Day. I don't know if we'll do topics on Christmas. I'm planning for the next couple streams to be pretty relaxed. But hopefully it'll be fun. And hopefully you have something to do if you're bored on Christmas, and if you don't have plans like me. And then the week after, I don't think we're going to do a stream on New Year's Day, which is also Thursday. Instead, I'll do the stream the night before, so it'll be a Wednesday night New Year's Eve stream, and it'll just be like a chill hangout. So, probably start that Wednesday night around like 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern, and then I'll probably be playing maybe Katamari Damacy because that's just such a fun little game. So we'll probably play that, watch the New Year's Eve ball drop. And we'll probably try and go till like 3 a.m. so we can cover like the whole East Coast to West Coast thing. for New Year's. And I might try and bring some of you guys on through Discord if you want to just come in and have a chill hangout, because I think that'd be fun. Kind of my poor excuse for a New Year's Eve party. So, if you guys are interested in that. So, those are the next couple streams coming up. So, hopefully you guys are interested in those. Hockey jockey is censored? You mean like the guys who sit on horses and do the thing? That's weird. Yeah, YouTube censors some weird stuff, man. They brought Black Fury to the mainline community after they blew up the Ultimate Universe and got rid of it until rebooting it again. Yeah. God. And the Miles Morales thing really pisses me off. Because Miles Morales... They killed off Peter Parker to replace him with Miles Morales. They brought Peter Parker back. And then they just destroyed the Ultimate Universe entirely and put Miles Morales in the normal universe with normal Peter Parker. Of course, I think mainstream Marvel started dying around 2005. At least with Spider-Man, I remember they did that terrible Sins Past storyline where Gwen Stacy cheated on Peter with Norman Osborn, which is completely insane. And then we got Civil War, one of the worst storylines of all time until everything after Civil War. So, and that completely broke the Marvel Universe. But anyway, enough comic sparking. I sound good? Thanks. Yeah. They're still really desperately trying to make Miles Morales a thing. He's all but going Super Saiyan at this point to try and get him over. Oh god, I haven't even been following him anymore. I haven't even been following that stuff for a while. I know they gave him some weird powers and stuff, but yeah. I haven't been following what they've done with Miles Morales. But yeah, I mean, you know that Marvel really wanted to replace Peter Parker everywhere with Miles Morales. But they couldn't pull it off because Peter Parker is still too popular. And part of the reason for that is because they don't want to keep paying Stan Lee's estate, obviously. It's cheaper to pay Bendis his royalties, most likely. Don't mention that cursed storyline. Which one, Fractured? I mentioned two of them. Fortnite may finally get your money with the next collab. I've never in my life played Fortnite, and I don't intend to. The Gwen cheating one. Yeah, that's horrible. In fact, so I have like a local copy of every of all my comics. Or a local like copy on my PC of all my comics. Oh, sorry. Yeah, some from Neo. But yeah, I have a local copy of all my comics and actually cut the Sins Past arc out of my saved comics entirely. So my Spider-Man storyline ends with whatever was right before Civil War. So not the Mr. Parker goes to Washington story, but the other, I think, is what it was with that the other storyline where I think that's the storyline where he gets the organic webbing. So that's where I end Spider-Man. Anyway. You've never played it either, but they're getting a Bleach collab. Let's see. Let's Bleach here. Oh, well, I don't have to look it up. You just told me. I've never seen Bleach. I'm not really an anime guy, but yeah, I've heard it's good. I might watch it someday. I don't really watch TV like that anymore, though. That's the thing. Or movies. The only thing I like actively engage with in that type of entertainment nowadays is just video games. Have I ever thought about playing Inscription? What's Inscription? I know the name, but I don't. Horror deck building video game? Rogue. Fallen Angel, are you like trying to recommend the kind of thing I'm not into? Because I am not into like the deck building card type games. Blends various genres including deck building, not my thing. Roguelike, yeah. Turn-based strategy, definitely not my thing. Achievements. You won't be able to watch live, but you'll catch the replay. No worries. It's not like literal. It's not what you think. It's kind of a joke, but it's fun, and it is I think a type of retro gaming. Bleach is one where it gets better the more you look into the power system and how it interacts with the character arcs. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the only anime I ever really got into was One Punch Man, and I watched the first 2 seasons. Season 1 was amazing. Season 2 was really boring. And Season 3 I've heard is really terrible. I don't want to spoil it. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Wingus, how you doing?
Oh, hello there.
Nice to see you again. I say that game because even though it's not your type of game, it gives time and space to talk while playing. That's what actually what I was thinking with Katamari. Because I think that's more... Katamari is a weird type of game where it's like it's on a timer and everything, but it's still like very chill and relaxed, despite all the rushing you're doing to collect everything. But it's a great game to just like sit and hang out with. But that being said, let's get into our first topic, and I'm gonna... Oh, wait. There we go. So this is a topic I don't cherish talking about, but it's important, and it needs to be covered. Wait, I gotta break out the disc for this. We need the conspiracy disc here. So, as you can see, we have an entire conspiracy board. Yeah, Fallen Angel's excited. So we have an entire conspiracy board. I did not make this, by the way. This is from this is by the same guy who made the video we're about to watch. And I'm about to piss off, let's see. Ooh, conspiracy. Oh, yeah. You should take a look at Totally Not Mark's video on One Punch Man's anime production. I'll send the link. Yeah, I assume it's about how they changed the animation house and made it much lower budget. But cool. Yeah, I'll check that out at some point. So, I know I'm about to piss off Dude here, and I'm probably going to piss off a couple other people in the chat. But this is something important. So, the conspiracy here is about Expedition 33. This is what the greatest generation fought for. My right to piss people off on the internet. So, there's a massive conspiracy here with Expedition 33. And this isn't about the quality of the game. Yeah, I know some of you guys like it. I don't. I hate turn-based games in general. Plus, I think the plot line is pretentious and Oscar bait. But I don't want to argue over that because that's, yeah. I know a lot of you guys like that. What's really important here is what's going on behind the scenes. Popcorn. You know what? I should totally implement what Paul Hadoken has. Where like when you post emojis in the chat, it actually shows the emojis on screen, or like it has the emojis fly up on screen. But yeah, you're scratching the surface there, dude. But that's not really what you think it is. It's not really what you think it is. You thought about enabling that option as well, yeah. Yeah, so what's going on is Expedition 33. And I'm going to speed this up because this video, I think, was kind of slow. What's going on is Expedition 33 is masquerading as an indie game, but it's really, at the very least, a AA game, probably a AAA game. But there's a lot more to worry about here, especially with where its funding is coming from. And that's really what I want to cover, is where this game got its funding and why it suddenly became so popular, and why the hype has been sticking around for this game despite other games like, for example, Hollow Knight Silksong, another game I'm never going to play, but I know is very popular and was very well received. It had like a 1 or 2 month hype cycle and then pretty much disappeared. But this game's was kind of suspicious, so I started noticing, chat. And it all finally clicked when Angry Canadian sent me something. And this isn't what he sent me, but what he sent me led me to this. Let's take a look. If I can make my emojis appear on screen, I'd fill the screen with... yes. Yes. I would be... Fallen Angel, I would be filling the screen with... Well, I mean, it's my chat. I can do what I want, but I can't do that now. Let's see. Let me type this in the chat. Let's see. Here's the one. There's two. And then there's... Emojis are tough, chat. Sorry, emojis are tough, chat. There you go. That is what would be... This is what I would be filling the screen with here. You know what it is. Oh god, no, you can't start noticing. Why are you noticing, Goy? Yeah. Yeah, see, Fallen Angel gets it. Okay, so let me skip. We're probably going to skip past some of the intro and stuff too. Just go right into it. But yes, yeah, you get it.
No! No!
Are you?
No! No!
Are you joking?
No! No!
Are you joking me?
I wish I didn't get it, but I do. Hey, everyone listening at work, so I want have chat up. I wanted to say hi. How you doing, Bliss? Good to see you again, man.
Welcome, valued customer.
Yeah, hope your work's going well. We're just about to get into the massive conspiracy here. So, all right, let's do this. I want to get this over with so we can get into laughing at the Middle East. So if you don't want to listen to me unveiling conspiracies behind the game of the year, then come back in about an hour and we'll be laughing at the shitpost that is the Middle East.
Welcome to Retro Reports. This will be a special video where I cover the inside of the video game business, with emphasis on praised as a masterpiece across review sites, but this won't be a review of Expedition 33, beyond the sensationalism. I will leave a link of my investigation with the sources in the description. Expedition 33, the hit French JRPG sweeping gaming from seemingly nowhere, amassing 2 million copies in 2 weeks' time, and even securing a movie deal before launch, praised as...
Unfortunately, Fallen Angel, I am well aware of this. Gynecologists tell women to abstain for 3 days before the consult because, yeah. Yep. Oh, you've seen this Fractured. Okay, good. Well, you know what we're talking about then. Well, you can say that all you want, but that's not what the industry is saying. Yeah, I see Fractured's horrified by this. For me, it's Thursday. But yeah, it's a little questionable that this game, this supposed indie game, this scrappy little underdog, had a movie deal before the game even launched.
This is a masterpiece across review sites, but this won't be a review.
And it's interesting that the entire gaming industry, the media, are coming in to slobber all over this game. And again, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just noticing. Just noticing.
Truly a Herculean head start for such a small team out of nowhere. As a dev myself with all sorts of friends in this, I have to ask.
Wait, was that? Wait, hang on.
Small team out of nowhere. As a dev myself with all sorts of friends in
No eggs, chat.
this, I have to ask. Can the critical and financial success, team formation, and movie deal truly be just an indie success story? This is the question for this video. Expedition 33 seems to be the latest multimedia hit of the 3-year-old.
Fractured, you're stealing my lines. You're stealing my lines, Fractured.
Publisher Kepler Interactive. What some of you may not realize is that this is actually not the first breakaway success for Kepler Interactive, nor even the first movie deal necessarily. In February 2022, Kepler published the super successful game Shifu, and just like Expedition 33, a movie deal with Story Kitchen was signed just 10 months after release instead of prior. So who are...
Yeah, so when he says Shifu, is it pronounced Shifu or Sifu? I know the game. I think it was, I want to say it was free on Epic at one point. Yeah, this game right here. Is it pronounced Shifu or Sifu? I don't know. But I remember this game. I didn't play it. But yeah, this is the game they're talking about. And it was very popular, it was very well liked. And the same publisher. So just keep that in mind. Yep. Yep, we're all noticing. Although I can't place this guy's accent. I'm really curious now. What is this guy's accent? Is it like Chinese or something?
Who are Kepler Interactive, and how do they have such prowess in the entertainment industry?
So what this guy is going to be explaining here is the publisher for Expedition 33, Kepler Interactive. What is the behind the scenes of Kepler Interactive? Where did they come from? How is this happening? The accent is brought as well, yeah. Jeez.
There are many articles posting surface level info on Kepler, but I found two to be the most interesting. In the 2021 kakuchapure.com article titled...
Neo, I think you're a little bit behind, but sadly, yes, you are also noticing.
Titled Kepler Interactive is a Singapore-based global publisher co-owned and run by super game developers. They give us a quick and comprehensive summary, but at the end of the article points to an interesting factoid about the industry.
The last time we've heard of a publishing company run by game developers was back in 2003. It came out and fizzled after a year or so of hype. Hopefully, Kepler Interactive and its motley don't fall for the same trap and actually keep word on their promised titles.
Now, to be fair, this kind of thing is usually... I don't know about to be fair, but this kind of thing is usually hard to set up. A like collective company where everyone's running it rather than, you know, one big guy at the top. There's a reason these things fail, and usually it's because coming to a consensus is much more difficult when you don't have like a powerful leader at the top for a company. It sounds as if his accent enjoys vodka and hard bass. Or suddenly I'm thinking he might be Russian.
This branding as an indie co-owned publisher would attract people like the creative lead of Expedition 33, Guillaume Broche. As stated in the French interview, on discute avec le chef et le compositeur, Claire.
Oh, he likes the snares. Oh, we eat the snares. Oh, we signed out.
Obscure. Expedition 33.
Et du coup, bah, on a pas mal.
I can't take the French. French is a waste of time.
On a vraiment sympathisé avec Kepler Interactive, et du coup, bah, ouais, en fait,
I don't know if there's going to be
un publisher,
narration
mais qui est
here.
fait par plusieurs studios indépendants qui se réunissent pour créer un public.
Okay. He's saying,
We really sympathized with Kepler Interactive, which is a publisher made up of numerous independent dev studios, which reunite to create one publisher. We really wanted this indie vibe and overall to keep this creative liberty. If we have this creative liberty at 100% and someone gives a shit, and at the end, this is what we had,
Ce publisher.
and that's what's so
Et,
great.
nous, on voulait vraiment cette
And
vibe
that's the
indé,
big reason
mais
why
surtout
this whole
on
thing
donne la
worked.
créative, enfin,
Is that
exactement,
Kepler
c'est ça, en fait, c'est une
supported
liberté
us.
créative à 100%, et
Actually, when we made playtests with 30 people and they gave us
personne ne fait chier.
feedback.
Et au final, c'est ce qu'on a eu, et c'est ça qui est trop bien, et c'est, je pense, une des grosses raisons pour laquelle
5 hours later.
yeah, exactly.
Oui, la baguette. I think there's another word I would like to use that starts with an F, but we'll just call them the gay frogs.
pour laquelle ça a marché.
This is
C'est que
atrazine
Kepler,
in
ils ont
action.
bien supporté. Et en fait, même quand on organisait des playtests, on a fait quelques playtests externes, on s'est testé le jeu à
France hasn't been a proper country since Napoleon, and we know what they did to Napoleon for noticing the international bankers. Omelette du fromage. Yeah, I remember that Dexter's Lab episode.
30 personnes, il nous faisait des feedbacks.
More on Guillaume and Saint Paul later. So, for the mainstream gaming press, Kepler is a sort of democratized publisher. It breaks the chains of established publisher-developer relations, empowering indies to do their thing creatively unrestrained. However, on the side of the finance world, we get to see a different face of Kepler, like this 2021 Reuters article.
Gaming company Kepler raises $120 million from China's NetEase. We have a studio committee, which meets on a weekly basis. They get involved in major company decisions, but they don't get involved into individual studio decisions. So the studios remain independent. See,
this is probably the most important part. This might be the most important part, at least here, that you want to keep an eye on. Every time it happens, I wish we could notice that one. The international bankers.
Who is they, though? We can't say who they is, can we? Press.
Oh, that reminds me. Tim Pool had this gigantic meltdown over Candace Owens the other day, and it was really funny to watch. I saw it on one of the Kino Casino clips. I don't want to bring it up because it's like an hour-and-a-half clip, but it's very, very fun. It's very funny. I need some Tylenol tea for this. Well, go easy on it. I know if you take too much Tylenol, all the autism stuff aside, if you take too much Tylenol, it is widely known that it will damage your liver, so you have to be very careful with the dosage there. So don't take more than whatever it says on the bottle is the maximum amount. Don't take more than that in a day, because you can get serious liver damage. I think it's liver damage, liver or kidney, something like that. Sifu, not Shifu. Yeah. Faggot. Yeah. That's the word. You can say it on Rumble, but you can't say the gamer word on Rumble. But this is something very important. So the publisher here, how'd that happen? I've been live since the stream started. Because YouTube is weird. YouTube does a lot of weird nonsense. Glad you're live with us now, though. I'll just wash it down with some Tylenol snacks. I mean, I don't know about the autism, that might just kill you. Yeah, so you gotta do that. You gotta do that if you want to be able to get it through Rumble's filters. But, beautifully, I have a beautiful announcement. I think I mentioned it in a channel in the Melee Discord. But now, if you get a link to a Rumble video and you click the link, it'll actually open in the Rumble app. At least on Android. It's amazing. They finally implemented a technology from like 2017 that everyone else has had for the better part of a decade. But I still can't schedule my streams on Rumble more than a day ahead of time, so, you know. Yeah. Well, I mentioned it on stream a couple times too. But, someone tag me in some? Yeah, I should really set this thing to do not... I should really set Discord to do not disturb. Oh, that's what it is. The, yes, we got the Melee, member stream tonight. Yeah, I had to laugh about that, but at least that's working for Rumble now. Yeah. Well, the thing is that the, scheduling your streams is likely never going to change. Scheduling your streams is likely never going to change because that is something they've paywalled. So I think if you pay for Rumble Premium, then you can schedule your streams like a week in advance. But it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, do you really want to put more barriers to people making content on your platform when you're trying to get your platform to be more popular? So it's like, for Rumble at this point, I make the streams if I remember, but sometimes I don't. So, yeah. Rumble added a payment option other than PayPal and mailed check. Yeah, it's a crypto option, and I do appreciate that they're going into the crypto in some sense, but I mean, I would still rather get crypto to a direct address. Plus, stable coins are shit coins. That's just my crypto bro opinion. Is that Bitcoin is great. I like Monero as well. Monero is really good for privacy. But the other ones, the stable coins, those are shit coins. I don't really see much value in those. Plague Doctor 84, how you doing, brother? still doesn't work on iOS. Oh, fantastic. To be fair, iOS is harder to develop for a lot of times. I say this, I have a lot of experience doing mobile development, primarily Android. iOS does tend to be a bit harder to develop a lot of this stuff for. But yeah, the fact that they haven't been focusing on this stuff and instead they're all like, you know, crypto wallets and AI browsers, it's like, what are you doing, Rumble? What, you have to pay to schedule shit? Yeah, you didn't know that? That's that is a thing. If you want to schedule your streams further out, you have to pay them. It's ridiculous. You're uploading old streams and scheduling them for posts on your YouTube, and some were many weeks in advance. It's also tiresome. Yeah. It's just, I mean, that's just one of the reasons that uploading to Rumble is a pain. Their interface for selecting the schedule is also not great. I don't really love the way they do the timer. I would really rather prefer just like typing my time in rather than having to select the hour and minute from a drop down. You know? You're living that nightmare? Well, you're on the right channel for it. This is the Nightmare channel, and I am in fact a living nightmare. So back to the conspiracy here. What's going on is that the publisher for Expedition 33 has a minority stake from China's NetEase. I am saying this all weird. China's NetEase has a minority stake in Kepler Interactive, which is the publisher of Expedition 33. And if you don't know, every single company in China, especially any large company, is effectively run by the Chinese Communist Party. So, yeah, just keep that in mind as we go forward. Odyssey allows you to type it in. Yeah, but nobody... I don't think I have a single subscriber on Odyssey. I don't even stream to Odyssey because there's no real reason to. It's just one more platform that nobody uses. One would think if you want to be an industry upstart, you would make things easier, but that's just me being silly. Yeah, exactly. You want to reduce friction as much as possible. This is like a very, very well-known sales and marketing tactic is you want to reduce that friction to get people on your platform as much as possible, right? Patty Quinn, how you doing, Patty Quinn? Welcome.
The more the magicer.
CEO Alexis Garavarian said in an interview, Sweden's Embracer had a somewhat similar model, in which instead of partnering, it bought companies but allowed their founders to run them independently with full creative and operational freedom. That model has helped Embracer to become Europe's largest video game company.
So if you're not familiar with Embracer, I think most people are, but if you're not familiar with Embracer, Embracer is the company that was THQ Nordic. So, well, they were originally, way back, they were Nordic Games, then they bought the trademarks for THQ and a bunch of THQ licenses, and so they rebranded themselves to THQ Nordic. THQ Nordic is still around, but what they did is they made a subsidiary, and then they named that THQ Nordic, and then they renamed the overall company Embracer Group for some reason. So they own not only THQ Nordic, but they own a couple of other subsidiaries. But yeah, it is true that Embracer generally allows their studios to do whatever they want, or to be run however they want to be. So that's why we get garbage like the Saints Row remake, but at the same time we get really nice things like the SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom remake, which very obviously had a lot of love and care put into it. So that's that. They are also the ones who ultimately own, I believe, the Deus Ex remake. So I am hoping that getting cucked by the Saudis taught them a lesson, and they will make the new Deus Ex... Well, they will make the Deus Ex remaster better and listen to user feedback. Odyssey just needs the audience to be there. It has the superior features. Interesting. I like Odyssey, but yeah, not as much traction there, but that's the same for Kick and Rumble, so yeah. Kick might be the worst. Nobody watches on Kick, like, at all. I don't even think I get the Kick bots anymore. Doing good, almost done with work. How are you? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Hope you're having a good day at work.
And at the end we get...
Garavarian did not disclose the valuation of the company, but said NetEase would be a minority investor.
Who is Alexis Garavarian? The best way to sum up who Alexis Garavarian is by quoting one of his longtime associates.
This is the CEO, I believe, of Kepler Interactive.
He's not on LinkedIn because he's a secretive little French man.
His body of work prior to CEO of Kepler Interactive includes, among other things, Ubisoft Partners team in 2008. In 2012.
Yes, this is a guy from Ubisoft. It was a slow day. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Some cases that can mean you just had a peaceful day. In other cases that can mean you didn't make enough money.
12. He joined Xbox as part of the first party and indie developer at the Xbox team. In 2015, he began working at Tencent as part of the strategy and investment team.
The captions misspell it, but what he's saying is this guy went from Ubisoft to Microsoft to Tencent, another Chinese mega corporation run by the CCP, who, funnily enough, also part own Epic Games. Epic Games owns Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine, by the way, Unreal Engine 5 is what Expedition 33 was made with, actually. That is kind of funny, though, because I remember everyone was complaining about Unreal Engine 5, and then suddenly this game was made in Unreal Engine 5, and everyone's suspiciously silent about it. So I guess Unreal Engine 5 isn't so bad. It was good because your boss had to take one of his sons to the doctor. Okay, nice. Nice. Well, I mean, not for the son, but you know.
In 2017, he became the CEO of Kowloon Knights, a global fund of over $100 million, a position.
The name he's saying is Kowloon Knights. Okay, and in fact, I will go in here and see if I can find... Let's see if we can find Kowloon Knights in the... So this is the name. This is the name of the fund right here. Kowloon Knights. And the CEO of Kepler Interactive is a co-founder of this global fund, Kowloon Knights. So just pay attention to that. You didn't know that, Plague Doctor? Yeah. Yeah, Unreal Engine 5 is partly owned by the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah, it is. A lot of things are partly owned by the Chinese Communist Party, and people just don't really know it. That's the thing. This is all very subversive and sneaky and underhanded. And that's what's going on. That is really the larger story I'm pointing out in this. It's not really Expedition 33 specifically. This is just the biggest example here. Since, you know, I just won Game of the Year and all that. It's the obvious example staring you in the face. But there are a lot of things that are owned by a lot of very terrible people that we just don't know about. I think it's more some of Unreal Engine 5's features a lot of devs to be lazy. Well, yeah, I mean, same thing with Unity. There's a lot of laziness that can go into these engines. We're living in Firefly, and we only got one season of spoilers. I never saw Firefly. But I think we're living in something closer to Demolition Man. Which is why I ate so much Taco Bell.
Position he holds to this day still. Kowloon Knights is founded by Alexis Garavarian.
Oh no. Chat. Guys. The subtitles. Or the captions. That's not the name. Coon Knights. Oh no. I mean, I guess it's a fitting name once you see what they're pushing, but Firefly is okay. Yeah, see, yeah, you guys are enjoying that. It's gonna be unexpectedly fitting. So.
JG, Lindsay.
Oh, is that an actual raid? Paul, well, first of all.
Welcome, valued customer!
What is up, Paul? How was, what were we playing at the end there? Void Void something? How was that last game, man? Good to see you, buddy. Gotta figure out what the 3 seashells are for. Yeah. Jump space. Okay. Yeah, how was that? Hope you had a good time with it. Yeah, because I saw you play some Deep Rock Galactic, but I had to leave during your second game, so.
Lindsay Rost.
Oh, and yeah, and thank you for the raid, by the way. I appreciate that. Yeah, YouTube doesn't really show me one way or another what's going on, so I'm glad you said something. It was fun. I'm going to eat and play Outer Worlds. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably not going to catch that because at some point I do want to check out Outer Worlds too. At some point. Actually, you know what? The Steam sale is going on right now. Yeah, so public service announcement, by the way. I cannot talk today, chat. Need to get... Oh, man. Absolutely. I fully agree.
Wow.
We need to get Black Lives Matter to rebrand to Coon Knights. I fully support that. Has Paul done his Warframe quest yet? I don't know, Paul. Have you? Yeah, public service announcement. The Steam sale is currently going on Steam. The winter sale, and GOG is also doing their winter sale. So if you're interested in any games, now is probably a good time to buy a lot of them. So let's check out Outer Worlds. I just want to see the price on it, really quick while I'm sitting here. What is the discount? Ugh, $70 for the premium. Come on, what are these discounts, man? Come on. This is part of the reason that I have a hard time buying games. It's just because everything is overpriced. The games aren't even necessarily that bad all the time. It's just that they're so overpriced.
Rosto, Ryan Payton, and Sam Lee. These are the 5 founders of a 10-person corporation. In a 2020 GameDaily.biz article, it states that
Garavarian's experience in the East should prove valuable for indies as well. After ID at Xbox, he went on to work at Chinese behemoth Tencent, helping to get indie games published in China via its WeGame service. The name Kowloon Knights is indicative of the Asian influence in the fund. Not only is it a reference to Hong Kong's Kowloon City, but the primary source of money is a group of undisclosed investors in Asia, which Garavarian believes are more risk-tolerant. Surprisingly, there is some commonality between independent developers at Xbox and his work at Tencent, and that's rubbed off on Kowloon.
So the primary investors in this Kowloon Knights group are some kind of shady Asian investors that are supposedly more risk tolerant. But it makes sense considering, I mean, he works at Tencent now, so. So I have patience and wait for those major discounts. Yeah, but these are supposed to be those major discounts, you know? Oh, by the way, there is a website that I've been using for years. So it doesn't always catch everything, but there's this, if you want to bookmark anything and see if it's on sale, even third party. So if you want to get like a key on a third party reseller somewhere. And these are like trustworthy sellers. It's not like the ones that sell stolen keys. These are like Green Man Gaming and 2Game, Game Billet, stuff like that. I'll post a link here. That's a really good website for just watching out for sales on any PC gaming store. And this will alert you if a game is on sale on a key reseller, if it's on sale on Steam, if it's on sale on GOG. You can also specify in your settings, like, you know, do you specifically want this game on GOG? Do you want, you know, what your price threshold is, all that stuff. So I highly recommend this site, even if it is a little woke here. But yeah, this is a great way to keep track of what games are on sale. And, well, it's a great way to keep track of the games you want and when they're going on sale and how much they're going for. So, GOG is better than Steam. Yeah, I agree. I prefer buying games on GOG where possible, but a lot of games just don't release on GOG, which is a real shame. But yeah, I'll always buy a game on GOG. And this is part of the thing. GOG is also owned by CD Projekt, and CD Projekt is an ESG company. But I'm still buying things on GOG because I like the mission of GOG in general. And that's kind of the same thing that I'm talking about with this stuff here. Is I'm not going to tell anybody not to play a game if they like it, unless you're like getting addicted to gambling and gacha games or something. But that's a little different because that's me being worried about you. But it just in general, I'm not going to tell someone not to play a game if they like it. Or worse, tell someone not to play a game because other people dislike it. Play whatever makes you happy. I just want people to be aware of what's going on everywhere. I want more people to notice. There's some good discounts, just not on games that came up pretty recently, which does surprise me. Yeah. Outer Cox 2 would still be a high price. Yeah, unfortunately. But it does seem like discounts have gotten worse and worse over the years, though. But I'm really strongly considering finally picking up Ninja Gaiden 4 because I've been wanting that game so badly for a while. And then the last Katamari game is also something I had my eye on.
That's right. You may not know, but both Shifu and Expedition 33 were big hits in the Chinese market. I'll present my theory as to why at the end of the video. Notice also that Expedition 33 launched on Game Pass. JG is, I assume, one of those undisclosed financial sources. He is most known as a venture capitalist in Maker Funds, a company working on way too many things for me to name, so we have to move on. One thing I want to note is he previously
just finished beating Ninja Gaiden 4 this week. Nice. I need to play it. I want to play it so badly. Is this Origami they're showing? I don't know what game this is. I think he mentions it toward the end. I will... Does he mention it in the description? Oh great, I can't even scroll now. Yeah, well... Oh, there we go. I don't think he says what the game is, but... I think he says it toward the end of the video. But yeah, I'm not sure. Sure looks like Origami, which I'm playing soon. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think I own it, but I've never played it. You're not wrong on that. The discounts have been terrible. It's just why patience is key for those good deals to come around and then strike. Yeah, and you know what? You know what's funny is I've really been wanting to play Ninja Gaiden 4 because, I love Metal Gear Rising and it, at least the new guy plays similarly. But suddenly I have had this extreme urge to play Just Cause 3. And I'm thinking that might be the next game I stream like in the long term. But I'm not going to be streaming that until January. So I'm like, I really want to replay Just Cause 3 because that's one of my favorite games ever. But yeah, so maybe that'll hold me off until the next sale.
previously worked at the McKinsey & Company as a partner. But he is not the only one in Kowloon. Samuel Sun Yu Lee, the COO of Kepler, also has a background in McKinsey and a bit less time as a banker at HSBC and Bank of China. McKinsey, notorious as the subject of significant control.
So if you don't know what McKinsey is a notorious consulting firm, one of the biggest consulting firms in the world. They have been in a ton of controversies, and what he's saying is that a lot of these guys at Kepler and Kowloon have worked for McKinsey. HSBC is also a bank with a lot of controversies behind it. But as you can see here, it's a little hard to read, but McKinsey was heavily involved in the opioid crisis. And there are a ton of other things that McKinsey's been involved in that are very, very shady.
Controversy and the subject of multiple criminal investigations into its business practices. The Kowloon Knights...
Snap, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, hello there!
Good to see you, man. Just talking about conspiracy behind the studio that made Expedition 33. So, you know, I'm upsetting a lot of people here by noticing. Yeah, how are you doing, Snap? Hope work's going well.
This website doesn't receive as much attention these days, but
They did it again. They did it again, chat. Coon Knights. Oh, and by the way, Neo, looks like this is Origami 2. So, you got your answer on what game we were watching. Working from home and chilling here. Nice, nice. Always nice to be able to work from home.
But I found an archived page of their site titled Fairchild Initiative, which some of you...
Here we go, chat. I think this is going to be your favorite part. Are you ready for this? I'm ready for this. I'm really mad about all this. I demand more Coon Knights. Oh, you'll be getting it. You're about to get cooned.
You may have heard once or twice before.
So let's read this, shall we? Actually, let me zoom. Let me jump back to it before we zoomed in. At Kowloon Night, video games play a vital role in shaping culture. At Kowloon Nights, our guiding philosophy is to change the power dynamic for creators, and our commitment to this mission must extend further than ever. In order for diverse voices, in particular black creators, to affect the dominant artistic medium of the 21st century, they need access to capital. In other words, this Fairchild Initiative, which is a part of Kowloon Nights, the fund established by the founder of Kepler Interactive, wants you to give money to black people. Sounds very BLM to me. Very Coon Knights, doesn't it? You see why the Coon Knights joke was so relevant.
Which some of you may have heard once or twice before. I will let this man further explain it for us.
You ready? You ready for Urkel, chat?
Hi, my name is Kendall Deacon Davis. I am an advisor with Kowloon Knights, and I'm going to give a talk that's going to give you a little bit of context around who Kowloon Knights is. We also have something called the Fairchild Initiative, which is a diversity endeavor targeted at black developers, helping to widen access to project financing, to the opportunity to pitch a project, opportunity to get feedback on a project. And we're really excited about it. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But let's first of all talk about who Kowloon Knights is. Some people in the indie community and in the development community know who we are. For anyone who doesn't, Kowloon is a global games fund, so we have a team distributed around the world, and we are dedicated to enabling independent game developers. So what does that mean? We exist as a place for project financing outside of publishers. So that means that normally publishing and funding have been tightly coupled in the history of the industry, and that creates a very inequitable relationship for the developer.
He's using the words, chat. Inequitable. Equity.
For the studio as they're trying to get a game made. They don't have much leverage. So we want to tilt the playing field. We want to tilt the very context of how funding happens for games. So what that means is we are focused on empowering the developer. Number one, we want to deliver really strong creative visions with the same style and the same place, and we want to empower people. So the main we try to empower you have that is essentially clear to the needs of the studio. So in that, they just publish, they just publish, they just publish. So
I don't think this is me speeding him up. I think. Yeah, this isn't me. This is the guy in the video speeding this up because he's just waffling.
20 minutes later.
He used a SpongeBob time card. I love it.
Ultimate goal in terms of diversity is to support even more diverse studios. We want to invest in projects that will lead to studios being created and those studios having demonstrable, sustainable success. And what
diverse studios, diversity. They want diversity.
This means with respect to the Fairchild Initiative is it means that it's not and everyone has a different definition of success, by the way, and it's important to have a definition of success because without a definition of what success looks like, how can you march your way towards that? How can you course correct? How can you take your temperature, check the wind and understand what direction you're headed in? So for us,
okay, I think he's gonna keep going, but I just gotta play this now.
Why don't you get some scented candles, nigga? Cause you gay!
I just had to. I miss when equity meant value. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what it means in private equity, right? Nailed it. Yep. Read as, Whitey don't get make games no more. Well, Whitey does get to make games if they buy into the narrative. If they follow and support the DEI and the ESG. Waffling, funny you used that word in that context. I've never heard it used like that until just last week from your mom. Huh. Yeah, that is funny. Man. Yeah, I want to say it was a Harry Potter book where I first saw the word many, many years ago. But yeah, a couple nights ago I was up really late and I got kind of hungry, so I had some Eggo chocolate protein waffles for dinner, or for a late night snack. And I covered them in whipped cream. It was very good. And it was 5 a.m. and I had not just woken up. I was just about to go to bed. I'm a very broken man. How much more diverse can you get than the French? They aren't even people. Yeah, but, you know, I would put them on a similar level to dogs, and we all know what dogs do. With the white girls.
For us, it was very important to define what our goal is, and the Fairchild Initiative, which is specifically for Black creators, it kind of comes.
What? By the way, does anyone know what this thing's
initiative
showing us?
Which is specifically for Black creators.
Keep missing it.
Which is specifically for Black creators.
Missed it again. I missed it, chat. But does anyone know what this thing that he keeps flashing?
For Black creators.
God dang it. This is going to bother me until I pause it at the right time.
For Black creators.
Okay, this. Does anyone know who this Musa of Mali is that he keeps flashing on screen? I'm guessing it's from, like... Nah, it looks too good to be an Elder Scrolls character, to be anything from Bethesda. Does anyone know what this character is from? Because I don't. But it keeps. But every time this guy says Black creators, they show this guy. Chocolate protein seems. No. So the waffles are chocolate, but the waffles are also supposed to be slightly high protein. So that's all it is. It's just chocolate flavored, and yeah, I mean, think like chocolate protein powder. You know, it's just the order of the words makes it a little bit confusing. But it's protein waffles that are chocolate flavored. They're very good. Okay, you don't know. Okay, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Gotcha. Yeah, that was such a based game, right? From a based Polish developer. Those guys are so based, apparently. The game with the gay knights.
Creators. It kind of comes from my own experiences as a developer. So I have been in the industry for 10 years. I've worked as a near designer on Halo, and a systems designer as well. I was at Telltale Games and worked on stuff like
1 minute, 37 seconds later. And then
another time card. Oh, man. I love how he found the really specific ones, too. Beautiful. Yeah. Well, this guy worked at, what did he say? Halo. He worked at Telltale. And I imagine this is, the last 10 years, so I doubt it was anything actually good. I bet this guy is part of why Telltale Batman was such dog shit, by the way. You know what? I'm gonna rant for a second. Telltale Batman is such a bullshit adaptation of The Long Halloween. If you want a good Batman story, just go read The Long Halloween. That's it. Just go read The Long Halloween comic. It's so much better than anything Telltale put out for Batman. Just go read that, and it's a much better experience. And they make an appearance along with the flasher on screen. Fractured, I'm gonna need you to clarify something.
Who is they though? We can't say who they is, can we?
Press. The comics don't have achievements, dude. No, Like, I hated Telltale Batman to such a degree that I actually told Steam, I don't even need a refund, just take this garbage out of my Steam library. Like, that is how much I hated it. It was that bad.
And you're getting told no, and then you're seeing other titles get picked up, and you're wondering, well, what are they doing that I'm not doing? And whether it is true or not, you begin to wonder, well, what's the only other thing that's different about me? I know the color of my skin is different, and
oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again.
What's the only other thing that's different about me?
He's talking about he's black. He's black, guys. If you didn't notice, this guy is black, and he's talking about black people. I don't know if this is obvious because you know, we're not allowed to notice things, but yeah, he's black. By the way, that's very important that you know he's black. He cares about that a lot. That you know it.
Is different, and
can you move it along? I'm all out of time cards.
Is we want a good.
That is one of the best ones from Wet Painters, where it's like 1 hour later, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, and then Patrick pulls it. I love that.
A good game to result in a studio being built and a culture of diversity, an amazing creative culture that can hire in interesting, diverse people.
That's right. Kowloon Knights was a DEI proponent, but they are not the only ones. Another big...
So this is a DEI fund for gaming. Ultimately, that's what they are.
proponent of DEI pushing for Expedition 33 is none other than the French government itself, more specifically, Région Occitanie and the CNC. We will start first with the county.
Why are the French such a pretentious people? Why are they like this?
Of La...
Even French names sound pretentious. Occitanie.
Région Occitanie-Pyrénées-Méditerranée, a region in the south of...
Like, do you hear the kind of tongue twisters this guy is pulling just to be able to say these names?
France, stretching from the Pyrenees Mountains to the Mediterranean coast. What?
Just pronounce it Pyrenees, for God's sake. The French are exhausting. The wrong side won World War II.
Popular as a tourist destination, and in recent years as a burgeoning industrial zone under Carol Delga. Carol Delga is a member of the Socialist Party who has been serving as the president.
Did you hear that? The politician running this group in the French government is part of the Socialist Party.
President of the Occitanie region since 2016. In one of their articles titled Occitanie, Land of Success for the Video Game Industry, we read,
with 1,500 jobs and 125 companies located in Occitanie, the video game sector is fully aligned with this proactive policy. To enable its development, the region supports local businesses through individual grants, prestigious partnerships, and local initiatives. The goal, to encourage creative diversity and the economic dynamism of the sector, enable the growth of stakeholders, and showcase their expertise.
In other words, this group in this region, this regional group in the French government, I don't know the exact structure of the French government, but the French government in this Occitanie region is giving out grants to video game developers to promote diversity. And I'll give you one guess. What game got funding from this group pushing the diversity? I got a clip for this.
Well, imagine my shock.
Exactly. I have Jack's complete lack of surprise. Yep. They finally figured out they need to make good games. Well, they don't need to make good games. They need to make popular games. That's the key issue. That's the key issue here. They need their games to get popular. It doesn't actually matter if the game is good or not. And again, I'm not going to argue whether or not this particular game is good. That's not really the point of this. Oh, sorry, hit my mic. What we're talking about is whether or not is the marketing hype behind this game. See, Fractured's noticing. Fractured is noticing. See, Fractured, you're getting more and more conspiracy brained here, and that's important. That's something important you need to know here. That's exactly where we're going.
Dynamism of the sector enable the growth.
I mean, Carol will do a good job economically.
Wait, I want to hear what you said.
I'm sure Karen.
Karen.
Carol will do a good job economically enriching the region.
Meanwhile,
Your based game development country, sir. Does that look like a French guy to you? Does this guy on the left here, does he look like a French guy to you? He's very, very much a native Frenchman, isn't he? Wow, so French. So French. Oh. Oui, surrender. It's done with TV shows and movies. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Yeah. Even the things I grew up with as a little kid have been subverted. Blue's Clues, for example. I loved Blue's Clues as a kid growing up. I absolutely loved that show. Now they've rebooted it and made it super woke.
What about the CNC? The Centre National du Cinéma et de l'Image Animée is an agency under the French Ministry of Culture. It regulates and stimulates the entertainment industry in France with the goal of promoting French cinematographic heritage. The CNC is deeply involved with the game industry in France, offering tax breaks and grants on their website claiming
Tax credit for video games. The tax credit for video games is a tax incentive scheme for video game development companies located in France. Under certain conditions, it offers a tax break equal to 20% of the total spending directly assigned to creating a video game. In order to be approved, the video game must have the following characteristics: have a development cost of at least 100,000 euros, be genuinely intended for sale to the public, be made mainly by authors, designers, and staff who are French nationals or nationals of states of the European Union
Yeah, so that's all
or
fine.
of the European Economic Area who have signed administrative assistance agreements with France. Non-European foreigners who are recognized as residents
It's
in
that
France
last
shall be
bullet
deemed to be
point
French citizens.
that we need to pay
Contribute to
attention
the development and to the diversity of French and European creation.
So again, they give you this tax credit if they think your game is contributing to diversity. You remember the diversity we just saw earlier? Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, if you're contributing to this kind of French diversity here. Yeah, you contribute to that. If your video game contributes to this kind of culture here, then they'll give you your tax break.
Scale of points.
And here you can clearly see, in black and white, what the CNC thinks of Expedition 33. So, who is responsible for awarding these grants? Well, it turns out, to my surprise, it is not government employees at the panel of judges, but a collection of seemingly random, unaffiliated figures in the gaming industry. For our case, one member stands out: Sébastien Tessier, representative of NetEase.
Does that name sound familiar? NetEase? I think we talked about them earlier, didn't we? This might be a giant conflict of interest, where NetEase is effectively working to give themselves a tax break.
Keep that name in the back of your head for later. Looking at the panel of judges, I must ask, if the goal is to promote the domestic industry, what purpose does it serve to have judges representing foreign or international industry? What purpose does
Oh, you just replaced all these logos here.
it serve to have judges representing foreign or international corporations? Is mere French citizenship itself enough to justify this seat?
That is a good point. So why are these representatives of Chinese corporations awarding credits to something that is supposed to support France?
Furthermore, let's step outside of gaming for a moment. What domestic interest does the support for the Ukraine by the CNC contribute to exactly? Many of you have heard the story of a small indie team that started.
Oh, so they support Ukraine too.
Well, imagine my shock.
With 3 founders and then grew up to 30 people. Of an ex-Ubisoft developer who wanted to break away from the dull monotony of his overlords during the start of COVID, or of the first-time writer that initially started work on the project as a free voice actor for the pre-alpha build. Let me ask you then, what do you know of these people outside of Expedition 33? What have you heard of them prior? What I need you, the viewer, to understand is, even when talking about indie developers, most job offerings on the market state that junior positions are for people that have at least 4 years of experience developing games. How you get these 4 years when you're a novice is another story. Guillaume Broche has a vast background in brand development and as a producer with Shanghai connection in his Ubisoft days. What is brand development exactly? Well...
So this is not... The studio director here is not a veteran game developer. He's a marketing guy with a lot of connections.
People in the marketing academia would describe it something like this. Branding to marketing is what identity is to promoting. Brand development is basically marketing with executive authority. So, if you're the type of person who ever wondered whose idea it was to brand Expedition 33 as a JRPG,
our demo is almost complete. What we lack are the cutscenes, being made right now, and some voices behind our characters. The game is a 3D modern take on the JRPG genre with Western-style characters, developed on Unreal Engine 4. We have 5 main characters so far who need to be voiced, 2 adult female, 2 adult male, and 1 child female. The game will be heavy on narration, so voices are...
So from the beginning, they knew they were going to market themselves as a JRPG, even though there's nothing Japanese about them. Whether or not they're a different type of J is questionable.
You can find this out by checking the early life section of their Wikipedia pages.
Voices are very important to us.
Now you know. It wasn't your favorite content creator, or influencer, or friends. It was Guillaume, the brand development manager. What about Jennifer Svedberg-Yen? She is more mysterious, as she does not have any work background posted on the internet, or at least the Western side. However, in a Taiwanese interview at GNN, she states,
Question. Could you please briefly introduce yourself and the Sandfall Interactive team?
Hello everyone, my name is Jennifer Svedberg-Yen. I am an overseas Chinese who was born and raised in the United States. Both my parents are from Taiwan. I'm currently the lead writer and voice localization producer at Sandfall Interactive. I joined the Sandfall team in 2020, before the studio was even formed, and I was the 4th person to join the team. In the team, I focus on the narrative part, which includes story, world building, and characters. This later expanded to directing dubbing, including English and French dubbing, and localizing the game into 11 languages, including traditional Chinese.
So we learned that she's a gifted multilingual person, it seems. However, the best part is at about the 34th paragraph.
Exactly, Fractured. Language is important. And that's how they hooked people in with the quote-unquote JRPG style of gameplay. Exactly. They want you to think this is all based in Japan-pilled and totally saving gaming, when what you're really contributing to is French socialists and the Chinese Communist Party.
Near the end of the article,
Obviously, we are not perfect. There are definitely things we can do better. We are a young team because, like I said, many of us are getting into gaming for the first time. So sometimes that's a benefit because we have different backgrounds to bring new things to the game. I have been an investor for most of my life. I am a private equity investor and previously worked in Hong Kong, so I come from a very different background. Others also have different backgrounds where we can use those skills and maybe come up with different ways of doing things that aren't necessarily the traditional way.
So she's a private equity investor who worked in Hong Kong, which is, at this point is effectively just China. We sure love private equity, don't we? We totally love the Chinese Communist Party.
Way. But on the other hand, there are a lot of things we haven't done and don't know, and we're still trying to figure out the answers.
So once again, we see money men, or should I say money women, involved in Kepler, in the same region. Let me remind you again, getting into the gaming industry as an outsider is a very, very thick wall to go.
We love LeBron James, Winnie the Pooh.
Yes, exactly. We love praise Xi Jinping.
Down with Trump, up with Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, he's so good.
Go through. According to Moby Games, in the credits of Expedition 33, we observe special thanks to Slock Lab, Tactical Adventure, Ebb Software, the makers of Scorn, QA Testing, QLock. We see that this small 30-man studio actually relies considerably on its sibling companies or outsourcing firms for non-creative tasks, except for one, a company called Tactical Adventures. Who is Tactical Adventures? The company, Sébastien Tessier, holds the position of board member. Uh-oh.
Interesting. So the NetEase guy who got them the tax credit also has a more direct stake in the game's development. Fascinating. And by the way, all these other groups mentioned in the credits, yeah, that means they're not this tiny independent studio. They actually have a lot of contractors. It's just that they only have 33 full-time members. So they can sort of launder themselves once again as indie. I, for one,
welcome our Chinese AI overlords.
Yep.
Oh, no, they won't be AI overlords. It would be the Chinese communist overlords. You will be ruled by Xi Jinping. Praise great Xi Jinping. He make China good. Best leader since a great Mao Zedong.
Oh, here we have another conflict of interest. Upon its release, many content creators, news media, online influencers, and even the President of France have on the spot praised this game as a modern masterpiece, redefining the genre and whatnot. When these
Now, if the President of France is endorsing anything, I am immediately suspicious of it. Because that guy is pretty much a socialist. I can't wait till China owns all of NVIDIA. I don't know how likely that is, but if anything, China's more likely to steal NVIDIA's designs and try and make their own NVIDIA.
When these people do not talk about the game itself, they like to talk about
If they're talking about Expedition 33, why isn't that the game they're showing while talking about it? This is one of just those like videos of people playing a game and then talking about whatever in the background, or having their gameplay in the background. So my guess is this guy doesn't like Expedition 33 enough to actually play it while he's talking about it. That's probably why. Yeah, it's kind of like how, like, there are a lot of videos like this where someone will just talk about something while they're playing a video game. I'm not personally a fan of this style of game, this style of video, because I don't need something to just like distract me. But yeah, it just so happens that in this case the topic is Expedition 33.
Fashion this, small indie that, how they revolutionized the industry, on and on and on and on. I don't need to explain to you the inner workings of legacy media. I think you will learn far more by exploring the online influences. So let's talk about pirates. I could make a whole documentary about the shady behavior and controversies of Pirate Nation, but this is about Expedition 33, so I will be brief. For those unaware, Pirate Nation is a Twitter user focused on, I quote, gaming news, politics, emulation, shitposting, and PC help, end quote, with almost 200k followers.
I'm sure that you've seen Pirate Nation on Twitter. If you go on Twitter a lot, their stuff gets reposted all the time.
Often cited in many gaming communities on the latest news. The reason you see him so often is not what he would have you believe though. His style involves carefully screenshotting news articles in just the right way that you cannot discern which site or which article exactly the picture is from, as well as depriving you of the basic courtesy of a redirecting link. Do not mistake this for laziness though. What it is a strategic methodology to siphon and retain online traffic exclusively in his corner. Another tactic he employs is obvious 4chan sock puppet accounts to present his viewpoints as grassroots and organic.
So what he's saying is that this guy will go on 4chan, he'll post some garbage, and then he'll repost his own 4chan post on his Twitter feed. Which, I mean, is a pretty good tactic if you want something to seem grassroots.
Totally based in she. Yet more interestingly, on the rare...
I love how he says that. Ah. I hate it when that happens. I love how he pronounces that.
Grassroots and organic. Totally based in she. Yet more...
Totally based in she.
Interestingly, on the rare occasions that he gasp texts on his own posts, indication of how much he likes that someone. But why does he act the way he does? Why does he present himself implicitly a lover of Japanese culture and anime, only to explicitly shit on them in the next post, yet never holds the same firm judgment for Chinese and Korean corporations and culture, as if supposedly they are always correct, and that they, like him, are always on the based side of the culture war, so based as to produce enough garbage to bury India. He follows big names in the space, like Asmund.
No! No! I gotta hear that again.
Produce enough garbage to bury, as if supposedly they are always correct, and that they, like him, are always on the based side of the culture war.
Which, yeah, I think that's a serious problem that people on the internet have, is that they assume that just because something's Japanese or Korean or Chinese or whatever, you know, from the East Asian market, it has to automatically be based and perfect, when no, a lot of times this stuff is also, it's in its own way subversive.
So based as to produce enough garbage to bury India. He follows big names in the space.
So based as to produce enough garbage to bury India. Yeah, unless this was a live stream, if you're releasing a video, put the video of the game you're playing while you're talking about that game. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, there are a lot of people like this. I remember Leafy, if you remember Leafy from old YouTube. He used to do this exact same kind of thing.
Like Asmund Gold, Grumps, Savvy, Keo vs Babyface, and even Melanie Mac. Not because he likes them, or even cares much for what they have to say. The goal is to siphon from their own audience. Let me show you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Base was brought to popularity by Murdoch. I'm not really familiar with Murdoch, but let's see. I'll use Urban. Will Urban Dictionary be a good source? Let's see. The latter usage is the original use as coined by rapper Lil B. Never heard of him. And the word originally took off on the meta-ironic website 4chan with the latter meaning. For that reason, the word is largely used meta-ironically, and was popularized online political slang, blah, 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 blah. So at least here, they're saying it came from this rapper, who I don't know. But you saw a video from a few weeks ago, the greatest generation. Oh, right. But yeah, it sounds like that it's from this rapper. I don't know if they had anything to do with it. So anyway, this guy's he's talking about Pirate
or even
Nation's
cares much
engagement.
for what they have to say. The goal is to siphon from their own audience. Let me show you some math I did. Here is an estimate of the comment engagement per Twitter profile. Comment rate proportionate to follower count. Pirate 0.0684%.
Murdoch is one of the two sweethearts. Paul, the other one being Mr. Mediker.
Grumps
Gotcha.
0.14%. Savvy 0.19%. Heels versus Babyface, aka Az, 0.10%. That's right, Pirate has an average 2.5 times less engagement than what is expected from the people he siphons from, despite sharing the same audience as other commentators in the space, despite being friends with some of them, and even despite doing everything in his power to funnel you into his Twitter feed, he still lacks proper audience engagement. On the other hand, he does have a sizable blue sky audience for zero effort. Almost as if mindless drones find him wherever he goes. Some of the founding members of Pirate's Discord are leakers and data miners, deferred to by Access Media many times, with most of them being part of Team XOX League, whom all.
So this part is extremely fascinating because you get to see how a lot of these leakers are, I suppose you could call them useful idiots.
Also, by the way, decided that they needed a blue sky profile. These people are like journalists in their own right, influencing Access Media, if not directly, then at least indirectly. From the high praise by Pirate Nation, I can tell his brand would not be what it is without them. We have members like Doodle, aka Ninja, who describes himself as, I quote, leaked gameplay and information, featured in various articles. Cole runs Discord server dedicated to everything leaking, broke first leaks for multiple huge games. Matfacio, whom in his own website is a, quote, professional data collector. Visceral, aka Zvisceral, quote, leaker and data mine, featured on various gaming news sites like Insider Gaming, IGN, Eurogamer, and more, who is ready to let you know you can contact him for leaks. For a long time now, average gamers have equated leakers and data miners to a kind of Robin Hoodish or Sage-type figures, while journalists, even small ones, have become dependent on leakers and data miners to rescue them from content droughts.
I mean, let's face it, journalists these days are just people who go on Twitter and read whatever the latest Twitter tweets are.
As far as I am concerned, most leaks you see online are pre-marketing campaigns by corporations to gauge interest from a layer of unaccountability. For data miners, it's more up in the air. In any case,
I think he makes an extremely good point about leakers. These companies aren't dumb. They know what they're doing a lot of times. So I do think that a lot of these leaks are released strategically to test the waters. So companies have an idea of, will people actually like this or not? Is this worth making?
it is clear that Pirate and Team XOX have ambitions beyond just merely shitposting on Twitter. This is the section where I have ended my investigation. From here on out, this is me showing you my cards and presenting my theory and my conclusions as merely my thoughts alone. Earlier, I promised you I would explain the marketing boom of Expedition 33 in the Asian countries. Well, it's quite simple, really. You see, one of the most popular tourist destinations and cultural influences in the East is France. The Japanese have a term for this phenomenon: Paris Shokugun, Paris Syndrome. French culture, or more specifically French pop culture, elicits a sense of escapism, wonder and classiness in many East Asian nations.
See, I didn't know about this. I hadn't heard about this Paris syndrome before occurring in East Asia. Like, I know that, for example, Hideo Kojima is a giant weeb, is like a giant reverse weeb for Hollywood. But I didn't know there were so many reverse weebs for France, which is actually kind of sad, considering what France is.
In China, the upper and middle class is very covetous towards Western-made architecture, products,
good, it's not
and
just me.
food. This is why we see the so-called white monkey jobs in Chinese advertisement. There is a need for exotic
White monkey jobs. Somehow, even the things that they want, they manage to turn into an insult. Amazing. Asian racism is on another level.
high-quality goods in the market of China. As for our friend Pirate, there is a Chinese word that sums him up perfectly. Wu Mao. A 5-cent commentator or bot paid to spread pro-Chinese BS in discredit against critical views online. Back on topic. The initial pre-alpha build of the game was more steampunk themed before eventually switching over to the fantastical world inspired by the Belle Epoque era, as I'll illustrate in this video. Having Chinese corporations promote your
Hey, Sergey. How you doing?
Oh, hello there!
Hey, we're just wrapping up the topic here. Yeah, Gengiro likes Asians. Well, me too, but, you know. Hey, China, Chinese Communist Party, if you want to honeypot me, you know, I'm totally single. I promise to do something naughty. I'm totally available for honeypotting. Just send me, like, a nice, a cute Asian girl. Xi Jinping, I'm right here. As I've known it, Kojima is a Westaboo. Okay, I guess that's a good term for it. I don't know if I heard it somewhere or what, but yeah. Yeah, he's obsessed with the West, with Hollywood. Kojima really wants to be a Hollywood director, I think. But the thing is, his ideas are way too... They're not boring enough for Hollywood. So, he's never going to get in there. You know? Like, the Game Awards are about the best he can do because they're slightly less pretentious than the Oscars. Although, I mean, I see them pretty similarly. Like, if a game wins the Game Awards in the modern day, I'm not going to play it the same way that I'm not going to watch a movie if it wins Best Picture at the Oscars. But yeah, that's what Kojima wants to be. Sadly, his works are actually too thought-provoking and interesting. Gonna stay for a bit. Got to go to your last appointment for physio for the holidays. Cool. Well, I hope it goes well, man. I've heard French comic books are good, so it doesn't surprise me. Huh. I've never seen them, but well, maybe. I'd still want to read them in English, though, because I'm not a frog. Everything is a worldwide psyop. We're all just living with the illusion of choice. See, you're getting it. Based. Yeah, you like the idea of me asking for a honeypot. A thick titty and ass China woman that lets you do what you want in exchange for state information. Oh, no. Fallen Angel, you know my taste in women. I want a cute, I want like a cute petite girl who's like very slim.
Your product on the domestic market is to cover a bottleneck would be a disservice, as China is not a free market state by any means. To give an example, Tencent has at least 7,915 employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party. The company's CCP committee was divided into 12 general party branches, and
actually, to be honest, it doesn't need to be that deep. That's all I'm going to say on that topic.
116 local branches across various cities in China, and around 100 internal CCP committees.
So what he's explaining here is how Tencent... What I mentioned earlier about how Tencent is a CCP-run company, he's going into a little more detail, explaining how they have thousands of CCP members in internal committees. And this is effectively how every Chinese company is run. Yes, I probably use a little too much self-deprecating humor, but, you know. I'm an easy target.
Who are not actually company employees, by the way, but actual minders and apparatchiks. As we observed earlier, what may have initially started as a humble project has received on numerous occasions support from Chinese or China-affiliated moneymen. There is a lot of documentation on the ruthlessness and cunning of Chinese businessmen, restrained only by the firm hand of the CCP. This does not mean, however, that developers are anxious to work for the Chinese megacorps. China has set out on a massive talent hunt and brain drain in tech for years now. I myself recall witnessing the early stages. Since these are profit-oriented corporations, there are a lot of benefits for said talent, like higher pay, more secure hierarchies, away from diversity subversions, no interest in hiring idiots to pollute the office. These suits also have an innate disincentive to antagonize or divide the audience. So for the time being, given the current predicaments, this seems like the way to go. I personally believe that the competitive price of $50, spouted by influencers at every turn, is not necessarily because of innately more efficient production or some cost-benefit analysis, but rather the result of what I believe to be money laundering in the background.
In other words, everything about this game was carefully crafted in order to sell, so that they can make money to fund their diversity initiatives and Chinese subversion.
Background. What most people aren't aware is that China's border control is actually very tight and strict, but only on the way in. There is no control for counterfeit money leaving the nation, or for contagious people taking flights abroad, etc. So let me ask you, in light of the fact that other small teams have in the past attempted to build success and failed, the fact that since early in development, Sandfall have received numerous support from big exotic money men, was created by a veteran in brand development, acquired a movie deal by Hollywood before release, the same cowardly Hollywood notorious for leaning on established IPs exclusively at this point. Is it true then that all it takes is just passion and a good small...
I mean, that is a good question. How did this small indie game hire a bunch of Hollywood actors? How did they get a movie deal from a Hollywood that doesn't really do any kind of new IPs at all anymore before the game had even released? And how did a couple of small, scrappy indie developers with no actual experience in game development, you know, a marketing executive and a private equity investor, suddenly create this strangely massive game that won a ton of awards?
Small team to earn you millions of copies and to gain praise from the French president himself, Macron.
And yeah, that too. How did this small indie group manage to get their game endorsed by the socialist president of France?
Is this what it means to be indie? Again, I know many people from all over the industry, and I know how the internet works. Most don't give a damn. For me, it's all about the inevitable "I told you so" moment. I know how these stories end all too well. At first, some ambitious newcomer will follow the rulebook, as it has been laid out by some talentless, pretentious snobs who pollute the internet with their garbage, only to waste 4 more years of his life to then come out, spiritually scarred, lost or bitter, left to wonder what he did wrong. Why was he abandoned by society and the people proudly championing him, supposedly? I genuinely wish for everyone, regardless if you come from equity investment, sanitary service, or even newbie slop, I wish for everyone success and good health to live their best life. One thing though that I will not stand for is deception, manipulation, and cowardice. My advice is simple. Always get smarter and never back down from the truth. Christ is king, and F
Alright, so
did not Minecraft himself. Shoutouts to all the real chats.
Alright, so that's the end of that. In short, this is not an indie game. This is a game funded by socialists, Chinese communists, and all sorts of subversive people that want to take your money and use it for their diversity initiatives. They're just sneaking it in under a game that actually will sell this time. So that's what's going on. If the chat is talking about China, let's just ping all the government agencies. Chat, who is Hal Finney? I'm not going to look this up on stream because I'm afraid to. Let's see. Who is Hal Finney? A computer scientist. Oh, you developed PGP. Okay. Early Bitcoin contributor. I don't really see the problem here. They were swatted. He was an active member of the Extropians, of movement of technologists and futurists focused on transhumanism and life extension. Well, that didn't work so well, did it? Missed opportunity to start having some Deus Ex music play. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, you know what? It's a low volume here. Pause the BGM for a second. Because we got one more video I'm going to run through really quick. That is on the same topic. You're bringing about in free time. In short, some people claim that he's Satoshi Nakamoto, but there's more to it. Interesting. I do hope this doesn't hit me for copyright. Let's see. Let me pull up this second video, and then we'll talk about the second thing here. And this is the same topic, by the way. Or related topic here. Alright. Like Doctor says, you know, it's good this info's out there, but I still don't mind the fact that I enjoyed Expedition 33. Like you said, even GOG money goes to the CCP funnel. Well, I didn't say quite that. I said GOG money goes to ESG, not to the CCP, necessarily. I don't know if the CCP has any stake in CD Projekt. I said that GOG money goes to CD Projekt, which is an ESG company. But yeah, like that is the point that I'm making. I'm not saying don't enjoy games that you like. I'm never going to play this game because it's not my type of game and the plot looks pretentious to me. But if you enjoy the game, you should play it and enjoy it and whatever. My point is you should just know where your money's going. That's all it is. Know who your money is going to and what it's going to support. Because my guess is that whenever they make a sequel or a follow-up or whatever, that's going to have a lot more subversive wokeness and because their first game was totally fine, you know, nothing overt, as soon as the second game comes out, you're going to get a lot of people, once the wokeness starts coming in, the propaganda starts coming in, people are going to start defending it and going, oh, that's not propaganda. I mean, look how much we no longer say anything when we see body type A and body type B in games. You know, that's just become normal now. Nobody talks about it. Because they normalized it. That's what it is. You should be good. I play Deus Ex music all the time when I start my streams. Never tagged for it. Nice. Nice. Yeah, maybe I should add some Deus Ex music to my background loop then. We'll do, to be honest, I only saw the headlines where BBC and CNN were pissed off. I'll do more research. Oh, are you talking to Fallen Angel? Alright, so this is just a discussion on indie games in general, which I think goes along with this topic pretty well, and it is the reason that it is the reason that I wanted to really cover this in the first place, is that the indie label has become like the Made in USA or Made in America label, where everything is laundered as indie when it's nowhere near indie. I'll play this fast too. That's the reason you haven't bought Arc Raiders. I don't know anything wrong with Arc Raiders. I haven't looked into it. But if it's just AI you're concerned about, I will happily give my money to companies pushing AI because I have no problem with AI when it's used well. Never go wrong with Deus Extracts. Yeah. Yeah, but they don't go with they don't necessarily go with like the heavy action with like the heavy, action, sort of more rock metal kind of music that I usually use for my background topics. I want to enjoy Expedition 33 for what it is at the moment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If seconds will slop, then we're already aware of the signs. That's just it. That's just it. You will not be. We are aware of the signs as they are in AAA massive releases. Or in mainstream AAA releases. What's going to happen is it's going to be subversive. They've realized that they can't do it overtly anymore. So they're going to try and boil the frog, so to speak. You can't actually boil a frog, by the way. It'll just hop out of the pot. But don't ask me how I know that. But what they're going to do is they're going to slow roll it and do it quietly and subtly and give all your money to black people. It'll be The Last of Us all over again. Exactly. Exactly. The first one, great. Second one, and I mean, Neil Druckmann was there for both of them, by the way. So, yeah. There's a reason games like this win the Game Awards. That's all I'm saying. Okay, it has Type A, Type B. Gotcha. Yep, they're going back to hiding a bit, just like they did rolling out the pause in old movies and TV shows, rinse and repeat. Exactly, it's all beneath the surface. It hasn't really gone away. We haven't won, as everyone is trying to trick you and lie to you that, oh, we've, I think a lot of people doing this are grifting. I don't want to name names because I'm not the kind of person that likes going into YouTube drama, but a lot of people are going to tell you, oh, we're totally winning the culture war. Gaming is so this whatever game is totally saving gaming. Woke Hollywood destroyed. You see all these clickbait headlines, and they're lying to you. We have not won. We've had like small victories here and there, but we have not won. All that's happened is that they've gone a little bit into hiding. And it's going to come back as soon as you're not expecting it. I'm not going to make any assumptions until that comes out. No, I mean, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Enjoy the small victories. Yeah, but everyone's resting on their laurels, and that's the problem. I do not want people to rest on their laurels, because that is how the globalists win. As soon as you think you've won, they'll sneak up, stab you in the back, and you're back to square one. Neil Druckmann stole the game from Amy Hennig? I assume Amy Hennig is who you're talking about? No, not Last of Us 2, or Last of Us 1. Amy Hennig, as far as I know, was not involved in the Last of Us games. I think, Fallen Angel, you're thinking of Uncharted 4, which he did. He kicked out... for all my shitting on women, there are very talented women out there, and Amy Hennig is absolutely one of them. Neil Druckmann kicked out perhaps the most talented woman, at least the most talented female writer in the gaming industry, to make a much crappier version of the game. And I believe she had an outline of Uncharted 4 as well. I forget where I heard it, but I think in the end it was supposed to be like, how you have Nate's daughter in the end. I think originally it was supposed to be Nate's son. And so I always had this idea where a better ending for Uncharted 4 would be if you're playing as young Nate again, and then, you're doing the same thing, going around the house. But instead of the daughter, it's young Nate. And then as you explore the house, you slowly realize, oh, I'm not young Nate at all. I'm actually Nate's son. And I think that would be a really cool reveal at the end. So, but yeah, that's that's what it is. It's not Last of Us. It's Uncharted. And Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 are some of the best things to ever come out of PlayStation. I love those games. I know 1 gets a bad rap, understandable. It's not as good as 2 and 3. But all 3 of the games that Hennig worked on were great. And she's done other stuff in the past too. Great stuff. I think she worked on Legacy of Kain, right? But yeah, Amy Hennig is an extraordinarily talented woman, and Neil Druckmann kicked her out to make a crappier, quote-unquote, diverse game, ironically kicking out somebody who should have been diverse. Did Narc Raiders ask people if they wanted to type AB versus male-female and then changed it when male-female won by landslide? You know what? I think I did hear that. Let's look this up. Arc Raiders, male-female. I'm not seeing anything. No, I don't want that. Yeah, I don't see anything, but I'll take your word for it. That's possible. Let's see. Expedition 33 doesn't have online achievements like Last of Us 1. I don't really know what that means. Well, like, I know what online achievements are, but I don't know what the implication of that is. Yeah, okay, yeah. So you know that. Everyone support Marvel 1943 when it comes out. It's Amy Hennig's newest project. See, I really like Amy Hennig, and I used to like Marvel, but now I don't know. I'm so burned out on anything new that comes out of the comic book industry that I'm just like, I don't want to touch it. Yeah, see, even Fallen Angel gets it. Amy's one of the talented women. I wouldn't mind working with her or even for her at all. She earned her place massively. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. She's a very talented woman. And there are others. For example, if you remember Jade Raymond, I think was her name. She was I forget exactly what her position was. I think she was like the studio head or something, creative director for the original Assassin's Creed games, like way, way back. So, you know, she's also another example of... Yeah, Jade Raymond is also another example of like talented women in the industry, because the early Assassin's Creed games are pretty good, especially the Ezio trilogy. And I mean, Jade Raymond was also pretty hot back then. Not that that's relevant. But yeah, so they exist. It's just they're rare. They're very rare. They'll always be pushing, always be testing to see if it's time now. Got to keep pushing like content like this to keep people awake, not woke. Appreciate what you're doing here. Well, I appreciate that, Plague Doctor. Thank you. That's kind of you to say. Yeah, that's kind of you to say. But yeah, and yeah, that is really the whole point. I don't mind people playing these games. You could play Dustborn for all I care, and you could come to me and tell me you love Dustborn, and I'll laugh at you. But at the end of the day, you should enjoy what you enjoy. Just understand what's going on behind the scenes and where your money's going. And, you know, just make an informed decision for whatever you do. That's all I'm really trying for, is to get people to understand what's really going on everywhere. You thought she did work on Last of Us 1, but you looked it up and no. No, I think people get it mixed up with Bruce Straley, who was another big part of that era of Naughty Dog. So Bruce Straley, I believe, I think Straley was actually the lead writer on Uncharted 1. And then he stepped back for 2 and 3 a bit. And he was also a major part of Last of Us 1. But then Bruce Straley left for Last of Us 2. And then Neil Druckmann got full control there. That's why. That's why we saw that massive drop in quality there. I personally didn't care for the Uncharted series, so you're downgrading my book from a series like Legacy of Kain. Oh, interesting. I mean, it's a totally different... Plot-wise, I mean, it's a totally different genre, isn't it? Because Uncharted is more like Indiana Jones type of thing, whereas Legacy of Kain is much more like fantasy. I don't know. I loved Uncharted, especially Uncharted 2. You're not going to convince me that Chloe in Uncharted 2 was not extremely hot. Uncharted 1 to 3 is your favorite video game series. The only thing you liked in 4 was the gameplay. Yeah, I can see that. I wasn't a fan of the plot of 4. It also annoys me that in Uncharted 4, the Nate and Sam's dad is sort of like the bad guy in their past. And I hate that. I hate when they keep insisting on making dads evil. Stop doing that. We need more good dads in games. Could have been a different studio. Neo, you know, were you thinking of maybe Lords of the Fallen? Because I think the dev for that did like a Twitter poll on male-female versus Type A, Type B. I'll never play Last of Us on PS3 because I can't get the Platinum Trophy. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, you'd have to play one of the remakes. Or I think there's a PC version now, so you could play that. Probably force us to listen to Jack Black too. Actually, no, because I'm pretty sure if I tried playing Jack Black, I'd get hit for copyright. So I'm not going to do that. The most Jack Black you're going to get here is just in the intro. There's a video that I think is really funny of Jack Black dancing around in his underwear, pretending to be Thor. That's about as much as you're going to get Jack Black here. Only because of the DMCA. Yeah, it's weird. No, I meant like real dads, That was one of the things that actually, I know it's going to sound weird, but it was something I kind of liked about Starfield. In Starfield, you can actually have parents. You pick like a perk or something. And they'll just be like a really nice, normal, very sweet old people, mom and dad, that you can just go visit. And I don't know. It was kind of nice. I did like that. Again, it's like these games aren't always universally terrible. It's just like in Starfield's case, it wasn't even. I mean, it was woke, but it wasn't even that level of woke. It was just so unbelievably boring. So that's fair. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the Jack Black thing, yeah. You think I'm more logical than James? You think James just shits on games because he wants to be different? I sometimes think he doesn't do extended research on certain things. James isn't... I wouldn't say that, necessarily. I think with James, he's just not like a... James isn't a turbo-autist like I am. He's not conspiracy-minded. He's not the kind of person who's going to go and autistically research things or dig into rabbit holes the way that I do. I think in his case, he just shits on things maybe because he either doesn't like them or they just look like shit to him on the surface. But, yeah, I don't think James is trying to, like... I don't think James is trying to do anything wrong. It's more... Yeah. It's not just conspiracy things, it's also about gaming features. You'd have to give me an example, because I don't know, I can't think of anything. Such as his Halo remake rant. Well, he's very passionate about Halo, And I mean, I get it. If you're really passionate about something, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see things change. At least in that way. Same way that I was incredibly passionate about Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. Spider-Man in general, but, movie-wise, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, and I was incredibly heartbroken when they rebooted it to Andrew Garfield and then rebooted it again to Tom Holland, and each time they just kept making it worse. But anyway, so this is the more general coverage of this whole indie laundering thing. So
this video is not a hit piece on indie developers. Indie developers will want to have funding because they want to eat food. The devs behind these games are talented, hardworking, and deserve respect. This video targets the industry, the marketing, the award pundits, and the misuse of the term indie. Not the indie creators, but the system around them. All right. There was a time when indie meant independence, small teams, small budgets, people risking everything to make something weird.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it was Lords of the Fallen. I thought so. Yeah. And I do agree. Now that I think about our creators, every time I've seen Paul Hadoken play that game, his character looks like a femboy. And I don't think that's on purpose.
Weird and personal. Today, indie is a marketing buzzword.
I do kind of like this guy's like PowerPoint presentation style, by the way. It's very like old school. It looks like he's giving a high school presentation.
It's slapped onto projects backed by millionaires, megacorps, and investment ecosystems. Players see indie and think underdog. Corporations see indie and think free goodwill. The term is broken, and the industry profits from keeping it broken.
So this is exactly what I was saying. This is the indie laundering that I'm talking about. Because when we think indie, usually, well, when I hear indie, my brain immediately goes to pixel art platformer. Because, I mean, that's just what indie games used to be back in the day. But, you know, you hear indie, you think of a small, struggling developer in his, not in his garage, but, you know, like in his bedroom, desperately working to make a game and make something good that he can get out so he can eat. But nowadays, these big AAA companies are making games, making them look like they're indie, sort of indie-washing them, so to speak. And it just becomes a marketing term, so you can feel good about buying a quote-unquote indie game because you're totally sticking it to those big AAA developers or big AAA publishers when a lot of it's the same backing. I mean, a lot of these publishers are going to still be owned by the BlackRocks and the Vanguards and the State Streets and the Tencents. I don't agree with the Game Awards. I get games for they're cool. Expedition 33 should have been labeled as AA. I mean, it's AA at the very least. I think you could make an argument for it being AAA. I mean, they have Hollywood actors, a movie deal. The $10 million number is actually just an estimate from the New York Times, I believe. I think a more accurate estimate is something closer to like 30 or 40 million. And that would be, I think Vanquish, which is I'm pretty sure AAA game, considered a AAA game. I love Vanquish, by the way. I should stream Vanquish one day. But I believe Vanquish had a similar budget. So.
Let's start with the most absurd example, Annapurna Interactive.
And I really hate Annapurna Interactive, not just because of all this, but because it is, one, it is incredibly woke, and two, the person who actually owns it, he'll explain it.
Annapurna Interactive is widely seen as the prestige indie publisher. They release incredible games. Yes, their developers are some of the most talented in the business. But let's talk about funding. The company was founded by Megan.
So yeah, I know they publish a lot of popular fake indie games, but I don't know. Everything I've seen come out of this Annapurna Interactive seems either painfully pretentious or obnoxiously woke. Except maybe like that cat game, but I mean that cat game just seems like I don't get it. What's the point of this? Unpopular opinion, that cat game actually sucks. You know what? I was looking for a clip, but I don't have one. But you know what? I'm right there with you. I don't see the appeal. I just do not see the appeal. And for some reason, they're making a movie out of it now. What is happening?
Megan Ellison, daughter of Larry Ellison, a man.
So if you don't know who this person is, Megan Ellison, daughter of Larry Ellison, she founded Annapurna Interactive. If you don't know who Larry Ellison is, he is the multi-billionaire, I believe currently the second richest man in the world, at least publicly. The founder, or I don't know about founder, but the CEO of Oracle. And if you don't know Oracle, they're the company, they're a tech company, an old school tech company that runs like Java, the Java programming language and stuff like that. They own that. But they are part of the circular investing bubble, bubble that everyone's referring to with AI investing, where all these companies involved in the AI industry are investing in each other to pump up their stock market value. So they're a big part of that. And Oracle and Larry Ellison are a terrible company and terrible person. And wonderfully enough, by the way, Larry Ellison is now buddies with Trump. Oracle gets their money from SQL databases. Yes, yeah. So they have their own proprietary Oracle database that they will not sell, but effectively rent to people. Yeah, they get their money from a lot of these things, but yeah, they're known for a lot of not shady, but a lot of unethical behavior. For instance, I think they kept suing people over the Java API, which really rubbed me the wrong way. I learned who Larry Ellison was because my aunt used to work at Cisco. Okay. Was he ever at Cisco? Huh. Anyway.
A man whose net worth peaked in the centi billionaires. This is the man that founded Oracle, which has cahoots with the CIA. This
Well, imagine my shock.
Yeah, if you think any of these giant companies have no connections to the CIA, you're not nearly suspicious enough.
This isn't just rich, it is Olympus level wealthy. This is a type of wealth that billions of people, if not trillions, will never ever see in their lifetime combined. And their games, Stray, Outer Wilds, Cocoon, What Remains of Edith Finch, all nominated in Best Indie categories.
You get it, Fractured. They glow all right.
Which I respect because by definition they are wonderful indie games. These developers are insanely talented, but it's a little unethical to have this type of funding in the same category as truly small independent projects. It's pure marketing.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you think of Expedition 33, for example, it does not belong in an indie game category. It won, what, I think 2 awards for Best Indie Game when it's not even an indie game. And that's the problem with a lot of these so-called indie games. So what you're essentially saying is that due to the fact that there's all this investing into AI, what if there's all this development into AI so that it can replace gaming entertainment? That's not really what I'm saying at all. What I'm talking about is that these companies are investing in each other. So Nvidia invests in Oracle, and then Oracle invests back in Nvidia, and they make all these deals between themselves. So it's like circular investing is what I'm talking about. As for your question, what if there's development in AI so it can replace gaming entertainment? There's something to that. They are attempting that, but it's not going to work that well. The problem is that AI, like our current AI paradigm, does not have it has no logical capabilities. So eventually everything devolves into incoherent nonsense. And AI is actually very expensive to run on a corporate level, by the way. Like OpenAI loses money. Every time you use ChatGPT, they lose money, even if you're paying for it. Yeah, exactly. They're just super greedy.
Marketing theater. Now, this one is going to be interesting. Sandfall Interactive, the developers of Expedition 33, Claire Obscure. Sandfall.
So we explained some of this, and this guy doesn't go nearly as in depth to the funding, but yeah, as he said, this game partly, of course, we mentioned the CCP funding and the French government socialist funding, but yeah, the developers here also. This Guillaume Broche, he comes from a very rich family and has trust fund backing. So that is very important to note.
Sandfall appeared out of nowhere with AAA level production. People immediately labeled them as Game of the Decade, ambitious new indie studio. But the founder comes from a family controlling MBO Plus investments. Mr. Richard Broach over here, MBO Plus, SC Broach, MYRTE Invest. The same MYRTE Invest that funded Sandfall Interactive. The creator, or the founder of Sandfall Interactive, Broach, is, by definition, a trust fund kid. And there's no disrespect, okay? If I had a trust fund, I would use it to fund my...
I think I have a little disrespect. Not because you have the trust fund, but because you have no game development background. You're a marketing guy.
My dreams either. But let's be real now. The narrative around Expedition 33 is that it was a...
And because he was pushing for that indie title, by the way. He was trying to launder this as an indie game. And he succeeded.
Small team making a passion project.
I think the main effect AI is going to have on gaming is upscaling older video games. Oh yeah, absolutely. There is, and actually, I will endorse this right now. So this game, and there is a sale right now. So this is the right time to get it. It's normally it's $7, and right now it's like $5. So I cannot recommend this tool enough. It's called lossless scaling. You can pick it up on Steam. And what this does is it uses AI. And the guy who created this is some kind of genius, clearly. But it uses AI models to upscale your game and increase the frame rate through, AI interpolation. So basically, it's like DLSS, effectively. How you have DLSS for upscaling and you have DLSS for frame generation. The fake frames. But this is significantly lower power, so it doesn't take up as much bandwidth, or not bandwidth, but it doesn't take up as much compute on your GPU. And it will also run on any GPU, so you don't need to have a high-end NVIDIA card. You don't need to have a high-end AMD card. You can run it on just about anything. So this is actually a really useful tool, and I strongly recommend it if you don't mind, fake frames and AI upscaling and all that. So what I really like this for is for really old games that have like a locked frame rate, locked 30 FPS frame rate, or that might be locked to like a low resolution, maybe they're stuck at 720p or something. So this is actually how I played, I want to say, the original Paper Mario. I played it in Dolphin, because Dolphin has Dolphin can do like the Virtual Console games, so I know it's a Nintendo 64 game, but Dolphin can play some of those through the Virtual Console version. So I played Paper Mario 64 in Dolphin, and I was able to get a really nice HD texture pack, and Dolphin itself handled the upscaling, but because 30 FPS, like at this point 30 FPS gives me headaches. So I was able to use lossless scaling to add in a bunch of, fake frames. But it made the game so much more playable by increasing the frame rate to like 240 frames per second. And this is something that you can't do on anything else. I know NVIDIA is putting out their smooth motion, but that only works in certain circumstances. So, yeah. AI is a fantastic tool for stuff like this. This is what we need to use AI for more, but I also don't want developers to be leaning on this as a crutch, because that's what a lot of developers are doing these days. They don't bother optimizing their game, and they just go, you can just run DLSS. That'll run the game great, and that annoys the hell out of me. But yeah, if you don't mind AI frames and AI upscaling, I strongly recommend checking out lossless scaling on the Steam store. It is so nice. I use it whenever I don't have the ability. Whenever I have a game that's not going to get the right frame rate or whatever, I'll use this. So anyway, that's my little unpaid shilling for lossless scaling, and it's only $5 right now. So it's a really good steal. I don't know if people realize we build in our lifetime of post-yesterday society thanks to these LLMs and AI agents. The question is who will get the money for it. You're too optimistic, Fallen Angel. Thing is, LLMs take up a ton of energy and a ton of GPU power and all that. So we will not see a post-scarcity society because these things don't have any physical effect. What we're likely going to see is a lot of like jobs going away and things like that, where AI can actually do certain tasks. So like filing and such. Well, not even filing, but you're going to see a lot of like artists having to compete with AI. I think that's really where you're going to, where our current form of AI is going to do stuff like this. But it will free people up. For example, I know doctors are starting to use it for diagnosing certain things because AI is actually better at diagnosing certain conditions than the doctors are. because they can see things that doctors simply can't. But I don't think this is going to get us to a post-scarcity society, as wonderful as that would be. As nice as it would be to live in like a Star Trek world, we're not close to there yet. AI becomes incoherent babble. It really is trying to replace women.
Got it? Okay. Now fuck off.
I don't know. I just felt like playing Margot Robbie there. Runs to Steam, yeah. Very worth it. Bloodborne. I would want to see you guys use Bloodborne with that since it's locked to a certain frame rate. Somehow, people on PC were able to make it 60 FPS. I think 60 FPS was actually a hack. So native 60 is always better than the AI frame generation, obviously, but yeah, yeah, I think that was a native 60 FPS. But you could use this to run it at like 240 frames per second. I don't get the AI frame generation hit. Why does it matter if AI, frames are AI generated if it works? Well, I mean, a lot of people are just anti-AI in general, but the other thing is that the fake frame quality often is a bit lower than you know, like a real rendered frame. So there's that. It doesn't always look as good. But in general, it's better than nothing. In my opinion. How boring would the show House have been if they just had AI diagnose patients? Well, I think they also pull a lot of drama out of that, right? Doctors' offices are not nearly that dramatic. They're actually pretty boring. Yeah. You like the Margot Robbie? I got one more.
Shit.
There you go.
Project, even though this guy has generational wealth on top of generational wealth. And publicly, there is no mention of the financial power behind this man. And the fact that...
And that's intentional.
This company, this publisher with a trust fund with millions, can be in the same category as, once again, smaller, very small indie projects is just... It just feels unfair to me. It's convenience. It's an indie studio. Devolver Digital markets itself as the punk rock, chaotic, rule-breaking indie publisher. You know,
Devolver is a really egregious example because they make games explicitly made to be marketed as indie, but they're not.
Devolver Directs and all that, you know, we're the cool guys around here. But the truth, they are publicly traded, and they have been publicly traded for over 5 years at this point, over half a decade. They answer to shareholders and have major stakes held by Sony Interactive Entertainment, Sony Group Corporation, and NetEase Incorporated.
Now, we already talked about NetEase, but Sony, another company that happens to have a big gaming division that makes AAA games, have an investment in Devolver Digital. But the point I'm making will become more clear at the end, I promise.
This is corporate rock. Devolver does make great games happen, you know, Cult of the Lamb and all that. But calling them indie is like calling Pepsi a garage soda startup. I mean, let's be real, this isn't like small... This isn't like small investments. This is NetEase and Sony Group Corporation holding nearly 15% of your company. This is a very significant minority stake. And yet they still try to profit off of that indie goodwill that they have.
Speaking of Sony, I found this interesting. So you guys know how everyone's pushing Pal World as like, oh, the heckin'-based alternative to Nintendo Pokemon. So I've been wondering, see, Nintendo is suing Pal World, right? Over supposedly ripping off Pokemon. I mean, the comparisons are there, but... I've always been concerned, like, hey, if this massive company Nintendo is suing Pal World, which is supposedly like an indie game or something, I don't know the backing of Pal World exactly. But the company Pocket Pair, I believe, is who owns Pal World. I was wondering, like, hey, if this much smaller company is getting sued, isn't it likely Nintendo's just going to overwhelm them with their Nintendo bucks? And then I did some digging, and I found out Sony is a big investor in Pocket Pair. So yes, Sony is a part owner of Pal World. So in case you think they're just some little underdog. Yeah, everyone knows Devolver, right?
Answering to the man. And Dave the Diver was the funniest case. Everybody called it indie. The Game Awards, reviewers, streamers, gamers. Even though the devs quite literally had to say, we are not an indie game.
See, another one that was called indie. And to their credit here, the director of this Dave the Diver game said, there's nothing indie about us, we didn't apply for it. So this guy, to his credit, he's openly saying, we're not an indie game. But they gave him they nominated him for best indie game anyway. Dave the Nagger. Is he part of Coon Knights?
Because the publisher was Nexon. If you guys don't know what Nexon is, this isn't just a AAA company. This is South Korean EA. Every mechanic that you hate in a video game, gotcha pawns, equipment breaking on use. I'm telling you, Nexon popularized that. The art style looked indie, the marketing felt indie, and the vibes were indie. And that's the problem. Just because a game looks indie doesn't mean that the game is indie, or well,
it's the indie washing.
Has the indie spirit, because these games are being backed by millions upon millions of dollars while they compete with complete nobodies. I'm sorry. Because when billionaire-backed studios and publicly traded publishers enter indie spaces, they overshadow the actual tiny teams who need these indie platforms to survive. Awards flooded. Press flooded. Visibility flooded. I mean, Blueprints is not getting the talk that I think it deserves, even though it's a wonderful game. A solo dev who spent 3 years working off of savings is now competing with trust fund studio whose investors own buildings in Paris. The playing...
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with most of these games. I believe Blueprints is indie. Hades 2, I think, is indie. Like, actual indie. Self-published and everything. And I know Hollow Knight Silksong is self-published indie. But see, like, Expedition 33 does not belong on Indie Game Awards. It's not indie. I'm not familiar with the rest of these, though. But, as he said, these are these small, self-funded, self-published devs competing for a category that is nominally supposed to be for small, self-published, self-funded developers, competing with, effectively, AAA resources. So it's like, what is going on? And to add insult to injury, a game that is not only indie, self-published, self-funded, but had big funding because their first game did so well, Hollow Knight Silksong, actually lost to a game with AAA funding and a big publisher. Which is, to me, that's just insulting. That really tarnishes the idea of the indie game category. You think Palworld released before Sony's Cash Infusion? Okay, could be. I'm not too familiar with it. I know that I think Palworld is online only, so I'm never going to play it because I don't really do that kind of thing. But yeah, I'd be interested to see their financial history. What was that game that got nominated for Best Indie Game a couple weeks ago and the dev was like, I'm not indie, remove me from the nomination? Let's see. I think it was the normal Game Awards, right? It was the mainstream Game Awards. Nominee backed out. Megabonk. And yeah, I know Megabonk was huge. I even saw Darkside Phil playing it. I don't think it qualifies for debut indie game. Yeah, it makes sense. Debut indie game. Now, I don't know... Yeah, so he's made games in the past under different studio names, so Megabonk is not really his debut game, which is, cool of him. But I don't know... I assume he is still an indie developer, though. So, as far as I know, he doesn't have a publisher. I haven't actually seen the store page for Megabonk, but I do believe he is... As far as I can tell, he is likely an indie developer, but as you said, this isn't a debut game. Yeah, that's exactly what the story is saying. It doesn't qualify for best debut game because he's made other indie games before. So.
playing field is tilted off a cliff. It is damn near insurmountable. The collapse happened slowly. First was
So not only is it already difficult enough as it is to get into gaming, to make a really good video game and get it out there in front of people, but now you're competing with AAA developers masquerading as indie. And people just buy it up. People just eat it up. Because, most people don't want to look beneath the surface.
First was indie publishers, then indie with investors, then indie with megacorp backing, and then a publicly traded indie, and now we're billionaire-funded indies. Now the label has stretched so far that literally anyone can wear it for good reason. Because indie is a cheat code. Indie has this connotation, this goodwill, that you're authentic, you're autistic, you're relatable, you're not one of those AAA bums. You're the underdog who has an artistic vision. It buys goodwill, it gets coverage, it gets its own type of awards. It's the perfect disguise. Corporate money wearing a handmade sweater.
Exactly. So when you see a game as indie, you immediately think, "Oh, this poor starving developer. I should buy his game. I can help him and help the industry and also, beat the big publishers." And then, it's kind of like when you buy something that says made in America or made in the USA, and you're like, "Oh man, I'm totally patriotic. I'm supporting my country." And then when you look into it, you find out that the whole thing was almost entirely made in China. And all they did was launder it by importing everything, putting one or two pieces together, and going, "See guys, we made it in America." It's the same thing. It's these AAA companies just say, "Oh, see, we're indie. It's an independent studio. Never mind the giant budget and corporate backing here."
Of course, we don't need to ban anybody for this. We don't need purity testing. We don't need gatekeeping. We just need honesty. There has to be a category for big indies or small indies. Transparency and funding. Awards that don't pit trust fund studios against broke solo devs. Indie should mean something again, not cute art style or quirky brand or not funded by someone worth more than whole countries. Indie...
You thought he said you're autistic. You got it. All right, see you later, Sergey. Have a good appointment.
Means independence. Full stop. And until the industry admits that, the illusion will stay alive and the smallest creators will keep getting unfairly crushed by it. All right, yeah. This is my video on like the worst term in gaming. It's indie. It's indie.
Okay, so ultimately what I'm trying to explain here is that what we think is a revolution of indie games, and there are some actual indie games, like I said, there's the Hollow Knight Silksong and a couple others here and there. But what we are being sold as indie games are actually the same AAA game publishers and investors coming in and investing into these companies that are supposedly indie, but they're not. So then they launder these things as indie so that in the end, you are ultimately still supporting these giant developers so that they can continue to pump out their ESG drivel. So again, play whatever makes you happy. Just know where your money is going. Just be aware of what's going on. And just don't think that if you play a game that is marked as indie that you're actually supporting some small, scrappy underdog developer that needs you to buy their game so they can pay for their food. Because there's a good chance that you're actually just supporting Sony or NetEase or, who knows, Microsoft, whatever it may be. But yeah, so there's the black pill for today. That was longer than I thought it was going to be. Let me go back to full screen here. Oh wait, hang on, let me make sure I didn't screw something up here. But yeah, I did. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that is your gaming black pill for today. So we're not going to have time to get into the giant Middle Eastern shitposts. So I think we're going to save that topic for next time. That might be a funny Christmas topic. to laugh at the Middle East. So we'll do that then, because I also really, really want to get into Metal Gear Rising, and I want to finish it off. We got Nanomachines, son. God, I love Metal Gear Rising. So yeah, we're going to wrap up Metal Gear Rising in a bit. Give me 1 sec to run to the bathroom and get stuff set up. I will be right back. I think I can put the desk away. How's Metal Gear Rising going? Are we at endgame? Yeah, so all we have left, I think, are Jetstream Sam, the final level in Pakistan, and then Armstrong. So it'll be it's going to go a bit long probably, but I definitely want to finish it. So there we go. So we should be back. Let me know how the audio is. So we got some emojis already. N-words in Paris, huh? Are they Coon Knights? Alright, cool. Alright, let's get into it. Oh, wait. Let me up the volume on my end here. Because, I want to be able to hear the game, too. Yeah, just let me know if you guys hear any echoes or anything. There we go. No. Okay, come on. We just started the game.
Just do it.
Oh. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Because I want to make sure that cutscene works. There we go.
Everything okay on your side?
I am out of Colorado airspace and nothing on the radar.
Good. I'm almost there.
Look, it's Sam and Blade.
Right. Having a little heart-to-heart?
I have analyzed his words and actions. I am unable to ascertain his motivation.
Fancy meeting you here.
You knew I'd come. I suppose I should thank you for not killing everyone at the launch site.
Well, not if you say it like that.
For a hired killer, you're not very good at your job.
The war is the big payoff.
Right. Big raises all around once World Marshal gets all those contracts.
I'm not talking about money, Jack. I'm talking ideals.
Excuse me?
Forget it. We've both heard enough speeches about higher causes by now. History will decide who's right. End of story.
I don't care who thinks I'm right. And I've got cause enough for killing you.
Huh? Oh, good. Why, that's very good. Yes, I like that.
Must you really fight?
Don't interfere. This is between us. And it ends here. Okay. Let's dance! Just you and me.
This is one of the hardest fights in the game, just as if you're really good at parrying. You can't just like cheese your way through it like
Maybe I misjudged you.
Also, the camera is really annoying. Like, I literally cannot move the camera, which is annoying, because I want it to be behind me, not off to the side. How am I not parrying any of this?
That all you got?
Oh, finally.
Show me a good time, Jack. That all you got?
Yeah, it's great music, right? Do that, I want to do that.
Now we're talking.
Okay, that is not where his sword landed.
Is that all you got?
I honestly remember that being a lot harder every time I played it.
He is dead.
He barely had any cyborg enhancements.
Was this outcome necessary? Evidence inconclusive.
I guess even AIs don't know everything.
It is likely no single correct answer exists. Additionally, human conflict stems from opposing ideals and societal norms. I was not programmed with these guidelines.
You're better off figuring those out for yourself. ID locked.
A VT7 high-frequency blade. The efficacy of the enhancement directly correlates to the quality of the original weapon. My file indicates Sam inherited the sword from his father.
Going to bury it?
I will retain it in memory of Sam.
That's emotional for an AI.
Right, we have less than 1 hour. Hurry!
Roger that.
Wait, why is he running? Why didn't he take the motorcycle? Alright, here we go. You guys a weeb.
Are you, Mr. Raiden, sir?
Thanks, Plague Doctor. I will play the clip in just a second here. Oh wait, I can do that now. Here.
Oh my god!
A Plague Doctor generously dropped a Rumble rant, so thank you, Plague Doctor. He says, don't want spoilers for Metal Gear Rising and should probably get some work done. Enjoyed the stream and appreciate the info. Very well done. Cheers, mate. Catch you on the other side. Well, thank you so much, Plague Doctor. Good luck with your work, and I really appreciate you being here. And yeah, I'm glad. And thank you so much for the Rumble rant. I think that is actually the very first Rumble rant I've ever gotten. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it.
Where is she?
I'll tell her you've arrived.
Over here! Hi there, stranger.
Hey, you're looking good.
Aw, who's your little friend?
It's nice to see
It's a
Sunny
long
in such
story.
a good mood now, considering everything she went through in Metal Gear Solid 4.
Good boy.
Oh, so he won't shake Raiden's hand.
I guess we don't really have time to catch up.
Sorry, not really.
It's okay. Follow me.
The guard's just back to reading his magazine.
So exactly what kind of...
You'll see.
You built that?
Yep.
Smart kid.
It uses a hybrid lace ramjet engine I designed. Well, are you in a hurry or not?
Right. Hey, thanks, Sonny.
Hmm? The flight plan is already set. You're good to go. Please switch off all cell phones and portable gaming devices. And remember, this is a no smoking
The scene in the game was a security lead.
Roger.
Ready for countdown.
No
It
time
certainly
for
was
that.
good for a laugh.
Ignition!
But don't worry, we're about to get the real best scenes in the game. She's happier now that Snake's ass is gone. Oh yeah, I don't know how much later this takes place. Because I know this takes place after Metal Gear Rising 4, or Metal Gear Solid 4, but I don't know how much later. So I don't know if Snake's dead by now or not. The security guard again. But yeah, I guess Snake might be dead by now. But she's raised by oh, what's his name? By Hal Emmerich. Anyway, isn't she? So yeah, exactly. He's enjoying it a little too much. I didn't need to see him get that hot and bothered. Otacon, yeah. That is Hal Emmerich, right? I got the right one.
Well,
I think Huey was his dad.
Nothing. You sure we got the right place?
Gotta be. It's the only base big enough with security contracted out to World Marshal.
All right. I'm headed in.
Well, thankfully this isn't really a stealth game. Oh yeah, that was pretty sweet. Otacon, the man who cucked his dad and banged his stepmom and would have plowed his stepsister too if he got the chance.
You see that? Their EXIF codes show up as unaffiliated.
Wait, Marshall has the security contract for this base. Why would they have their cyborg set to the same illegal EXIF code as Desperado? It's evidence against them.
No, it's their alibi. They're making it look like Desperado hacked their soldiers on sight because everyone knows Desperado has a contract with...
The Pakistani rebels. Oh, but if we go public with the Desperado-Marshall connection...
Won't matter. Not when they've got this nice big foreign threat all cooked up and ready to serve. The media and the public won't be able to resist. Remember WMDs in Iraq?
Damn it, you're right.
WMDs in Iraq.
It's another slam dunk. What about any humans on the base? Marshall only handled security.
Dead most likely. Or brain-jacked, if they needed them to keep up appearances.
They'd never publicize what airport the president was flying into, not in this region. And almost no one would have access to an outside line for security reasons. It wouldn't be difficult to keep things hush-hush, at least until Air Force One arrives.
I'm heading for the control tower. If I can destroy the antenna array, the US military will know something's wrong.
Good idea. Be careful.
Sam's gone, and I blew the winds of destruction away. I'll be fine.
Yeah, were Otacons... Were the stepmom and stepsister ever shown in the series? Because I know obviously his dad is in Metal Gear Solid. I think he's only in 5, actually. I know his dad is in the games, but I don't know if his stepsister or stepmom are. Like, I don't know if they ever showed him or what they look like. But yeah, he also got the hot doctor, the scientist or whatever she was, Naomi, right? In Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 2, his stepsister is the contact that Raiden meets. Okay, I gotta look this up because I'm curious. Because I can't... Because I played the game a while back. But I don't remember her. Oh wait, is she the girl who dies? Is that the one? Family, Emmerich, blah, blah, blah. Well, his mother is that Strangelove woman. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, Emma Emmerich. This girl, that... Now I remember, yeah, she died. Yeah, that's who it was. I'm not even showing it. Nah, whatever. Okay, now I remember who it was. Yeah. Tells the story of why his sister is afraid of the water because his father walked in the pool to drown himself and almost took her with him, if I remember. Yeah. Now I'm remembering that. He did that because because of Hal. Yeah. I mean, Hal really got around. I wish I had half the charisma that this guy has, and I wish I had the way with ladies he does. Yeah, and he wouldn't expect it either, considering he's like he's an even bigger dork than I am.
Raiden, there is no time to worry about the soldiers. Get to the control tower.
Get some!
I'm not thinking Hal was Kojima's self-insert, so he just put himself in fire. Yeah. I can see it. He's kind of like a reverse Kojima, right? Because Hal's a total weeb. Whereas Kojima's Westaboo, as you called him. Oh, wait, did you delete your comment? I guess there's a benefit to stealth and stuff. But it's more fun to just go sword blazing, so to speak.
Contact!
Yeah, Fracture, did you delete your comment? Yeah, I remember after Kojima put himself in Metal Gear Solid 5, he was actually shitposting about it on Twitter. Someone asked him, like, will you ever do this again? And he's like, nah. The rolls suck or something like that. Yeah, say what you want about Kojima, but he's got a good sense of humor. Second guess, you thought it was too retarded? Nah. You're good, man. Yeah, no, I think you might have been onto something. Come on. I'm just trying to destroy this camera. There we go. Here we go. Wolf. Poor boy Wolf.
Where are they?
Yeah, the robot dog got messed up. Probably got stepped on by the Metal Gear. Oh, you're cooking dinner, Wingus. Nice. What'd you make? I don't actually know when you left, Wingus, but you might have missed some good game industry coverage. But you're back just in time for some peak Metal Gear. Simple bacon and eggs. For dinner? I guess there's nothing wrong with eating breakfast for dinner, but...
Well, if it isn't Saucy Jack.
Saucy Jack.
Just a little too late. As usual.
Oh, by the way, you guys want to know something funny? The guy who voices Armstrong in this game was also the voice of Alfred in The Batman. The old the TV show, cartoon from like 2004. Yeah, the one that I made a whole video on years ago. Batman versus Dracula. he's Alfred in that. He doesn't sound anything like Armstrong. It's crazy. Metal Gear Rex is still my favorite design, and this thing looks like a bug. Yeah, it definitely looks like a giant spider or something.
Armstrong.
Yeah, I know, right?
Impressive little toy you've got there. But your plan ends here.
Idiot! You're not ending our plan. You're expanding it. Check the internet lately.
Raiden, Air Force One is turning back to the States.
What? How'd they know?
Someone posted photos of what's happening on the base. The whole world is up in arms.
Show me. How did they? The story leaked early. Then Marshall's plan is ruined.
The hell it is. Look what they're saying. The story just went live, and already they're calling for blood.
Sounds like Venezuela, doesn't it?
But the president was saved.
And yet American blood was spilled.
By Americans. Besides, a few dozen soldiers is tragic, but nothing to start a major war over.
That's just a spark, son. The excuse we've been waiting for. America's wanted this war for years. The Patriots, they knew war was good for the economy. 4 years later, their legacy lingers on.
The memes.
They left us their great isms. Nationalism, unilateralism, materialism. Welcome maxims for those with no faith, without guiding principles of their own. Give yourself up to the whole. No need to better yourself. You're American. You're #1. Then the only value left is dollar value. The economy.
Journalism, yeah.
So we'll do whatever it takes to keep it humming
Journalism
along.
and Twitter.
Even war. Especially war.
Bullshit!
The Patriots planted the seed. We don't need them around to filter and foster their memes any longer. We're spreading them just fine ourselves. Every American man, woman, and child. We're all sons of the Patriots now! We just need something to jumpstart the economy out of this funk. This recession it's been stuck in since the fall.
Yeah, this is
of
probably how they got
SOB.
people to call for
And the
for us to go to
military
war on behalf
costs?
of Israel.
Wasting billions is going to help the economy?
Not that I'm supposed to notice.
DMCs, arms manufacturers, job creators, Jack. All those workers spending money, paying taxes. Trust me, a little war can work wonders.
So grease the gears with some innocent blood, is that it?
Oh, relax, Jack. It's a war on terror. We're not out to kill civilians.
You know what's funny? I just kind of have to point this out. Vanquish has the same plot line, or like the same plot, the same theme, whatever you want to call it. The idea of using war, like the villain uses war as economic stimulus.
Extremists, lawless gangs.
And I had to say Platinum, or I had Vanquish because they were both made by Platinum.
Of course, that would have to include you.
Came out similar
Wouldn't want
time
any
frame. I think.
eyewitness reports complicating the message.
Oh, I love this song. This is the theme song of the Globalist chat. In fact, you know what? I'm getting the conspiracy desk out. Oh, I see we got someone new in here. Michael Espinosa, welcome. Welcome.
Oh, hello there!
Hope you're enjoying the stream. That's a nice argument, Senator. Oh no, the desk is out and he's been noticing too much. It's time to fight the globalists. I do love the song though. This is hard. I have a really hard time dodging in some of these things. Especially the one where they just dropped on you like they did earlier. This one. I hate this attack. I don't even know how you dodge that. How do you dodge that? Come on. Oh yeah, now they're singing. Now we're really getting into it. Such a good song. Oh, they went quiet again. Great. I think I can climb up these. Oh, I can. Damn, I missed my opportunity. They're singing, I report they're singing. Well, not anymore. We missed the singing. It went away. Oh, come on. Yeah, I didn't want to have to waste one of this. Seriously, I don't know how you're even supposed to dodge. Finally. That's what I want. Almost there. Yes. Alright, they're singing again. I messed that up. I hit the button too early. Now what? Oh, I love this. Literally just flips the entire Metal Gear over. That's pretty sweet. He just uses that as a giant sword. I love it. Exactly. What the freak hell? Yeah. Exactly. It's just absolutely ridiculous. He's fighting a giant robot with its own giant sword. And now you get to do this thing. Slicing it up with its own sword thing. Exactly, now we got the full lyrics. Side swipper. It's kind of slow, but I still like it. Do I just get to keep doing this as long as I want? I do like the song though. Ooh, I can do that. I can slice some different parts of it. Nice. This is why I love this game. It's just ridiculously over the top. Oh, here it comes.
Slippery little bastard. I don't have time for this. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Let's go! The hell are you thinking?
You can't compete with that level of jack.
That's some cushy Ivy League school.
Yeah, you never let the enemy finish powering up. Right? He's so buff, he's gonna get all the ladies.
Try University of Texas. Could have gone pro if I hadn't joined the Navy. I'm not one of those beltway pansies. I could break the president in two with my bare hands. Don't fuck with this, Senator. the hell are you?
Odor.
Why don't you stick around and find out? Man to man, I can't be beat. Come on.
Oh no, he's hard.
You're going down. Die, you little shit. Try again.
Yeah, kicked him like a soccer ball, exactly. It's the nanomachines.
How do you like that?
There we go.
Nice, nice.
Typical politician. Big promises, but all talk.
What?
Jumpstart the economy. What a load of bullshit! All you care about is lining your own pockets. That and your approval ratings. You've got no principles. Just like all the rest. If America's gone to shit, you're just another maggot crawling in the pile.
All right, the truth then. You're right about one thing. I do need capital and votes. Wanna know why? I have a dream.
What?
That one day, every person in this nation will control their own destiny.
Console?
A land of
Michael, this is
truly
on
free,
PC.
damn it. A nation of
I
action,
think when
not
it,
words ruled by
I think the consoles it came out on were PS3 and Xbox 360, but we're playing this on PC.
individual, not the other way around. Where power and justice are back where they belong, in the hands of the people.
You know, up to this point, I actually agree with his speech here.
Where every man is free to think.
It was very diverse for a second.
For himself.
Yeah, I'm all for
Fuck all
that.
these limp-dick lawyers and chickenshit bureaucrats.
Yeah, I can get with that.
24/7 internet spew of trivia and celebrity bullshit.
Exactly,
Fuck
he had a
American
dream.
pride. Fuck the media.
Yeah, screw the media.
Fuck all of it. America is diseased, rotten to the core. There's no saving it.
Oh,
We need to
I don't know
pull
about
it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down! And from the ashes, a new America will be born. Evolved, but unchained. The weak
This
will be
dream sounds like his
purged.
own and not written by one by
The
some company.
strongest will thrive. Free to live as
Okay,
they
I don't know
see
about
fit.
purging the weak. I
They'll
don't
make
like
America
that.
great again!
What the
Hear that?
hell are you talking
You're gonna make
about?
America great again, Chad.
You still don't get it. I'm using war as a business to get elected. So I can end war as a business. In my new America, people will die and kill for what they believe. Not for money, not for oil. Not for what they're told is right. Every man will be free to fight his own wars!
Yeah, exactly. We lost me with that last part. I like the freedom part, but not so much, not so much the letting the weak die, purging the weak. Trump is a fan of Metal Gear Rising, confirmed. Yeah.
So...
Oh no, he's just quoting Ronald Reagan.
How the hell did you get elected? Well, I don't write my own speeches.
Well, see, the speeches that got him elected probably were
Fighting for
written
what
by
you
some
believe in
commies.
sometime, Jack. Not for a company or a nation or for anyone else.
Maybe I was wrong about you.
Am I finally getting through? I'll rid this world of pointless wars, Jack.
They wrote them for him. He's just as compromised. No, he was using them.
I was wrong. You're not greedy. You're batshit insane!
That reaction. I love how cheesy this game is. We need more games with this kind of cheesiness.
Making the mother of all
That's what
omelets
they
here,
made,
Jack.
right?
Can't fret over every egg.
Not when you're purging the weak, right? What do you know about the weak? You weren't born poor. You've never been hungry. You don't know what it's like to fight and steal and kill just to survive.
You did survive! Through sheer force of will, following your own set of rules. With your own two hands, you took back your life.
And now, I'll take yours.
Am I supposed to fight him without a sword? Can you believe they put in these fighting animations, like melee fighting animations, just for this one scene?
I'm gonna knock you out.
You gonna say it now? Is it the line? Keep spamming Y. Yeah.
Why won't you die?
He's about to say it.
Nanomachines, son.
Nanomachines, son.
They harden in response to physical trauma.
If only I had nanomachines to harden in response to emotional trauma. Right, forgetting he's in Fist of the North Star. Dude. You can't hurt me, Jack.
What did I just say?
Well, maybe I can put in some emotional damage. Grows a veiny chest thing. Yeah, that's his heart. Actually, I'm pretty sure. He's just standing there, menacing me. If he's so advanced, why does he still need glasses? They probably help him look more human. You know, they probably help him look less like a cyborg. You know, he's turning diverse every time he punches.
Die, you piece of shit!
That's his N-word pass. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I think we're about done here.
Man, I wish I could be that jacked.
Whoa. Begin playback.
2 years I've been working towards this. And on the last day, Blondie has me doubting the whole thing. We'll leave it up to fate then, shall we, Wolfie? A duel to the death. May the best man win.
Sam.
I cut him down, and that's that. Back to a regularly scheduled international incident. But if he beeps me, if I die here, the lock on my blade will disable after a couple hours. What happens after that is up to you, Wolfie.
Even dead, that guy's a pain in my ass. So, you think that little sword can save your master? Well, go ahead then. But make no mistake, Fido. When I'm finished with him, you're next.
I was not designed to fear termination.
Huh?
However, Directive 01 is to ensure all data acquired is preserved and passed along. To expire here would violate that directive.
That's a good boy.
However, Raiden came to my aid. I have learned from him. When Samuel fell, data analysis was inconclusive. But that has changed. I have established new parameters now, created my own directives.
You little fuck.
Armstrong!
So cheesy, I love it.
I said my sword was a tool of justice. Not used in anger. Not used for vengeance. But now I'm not so sure. And besides, this isn't my sword.
Alright, here we go. See, there you go, Neil. He took off his glasses.
Okay. Let's dance.
Oh, I love this song. Right? Such a great song. I think it has a 200% health buff. I mean, so do I think, really. Oh man, this part's always fun. There we go. I like how they start singing right off the bat for this one. Run. There we go. Alright, doing it again. Yeah, there we go. That's one way to restore my health. Got all up in his guts. Yep. Finally got past the nanomachines.
Jack. Your dream dies with you. Oh, maybe not. You've guaranteed the status quo will go on. For a while longer, at least. War will continue as an institution. As
Yep,
industry.
that's right, Michael. Song
Men
is,
will
it has
fight
to be this way.
reasons they don't understand.
This game has the
Causes
best soundtrack.
they don't believe in. But at least I'll leave a worthy successor. You, Jack. You carve your own path. Use whatever methods you see fit. You don't let legal bullshit get in the way. And if it costs a few lives, so be it.
This is weird nanomachine heart.
Deep inside, we're kindred spirits. You and I.
Yeah, he had a point. I mean, he and Raiden aren't that different in their philosophy. The big difference is Raiden wants to protect the weak, while Armstrong wanted to just stomp all over him. Just I'm gonna play the DLC? Nah, I'm not gonna do the DLC. I don't think the DLC is nearly as fun as the main game.
Official pet, right, for your family? But first, our top story.
See
President
that?
Hamilton returns from Pakistan today, completing his first visit to the country since the failed assassination attempt in Shahbazbad last May. In meetings with Pakistani President Farooq Salam, the two leaders agreed to a new joint initiative in the war on terror, whereby U.S. Marines will be stationed in Pakistan and given wider authority to conduct operations within the country. This is amidst growing tensions within Pakistan between the country's civil and military leadership, with many in the government calling on the ISI Military Intelligence Agency to be investigated.
Unbelievable. After all that.
For the last time, let it go, Courtney. At least Armstrong will never be president.
But, I mean, Raiden.
It's not known whether that number would include private military contractors, which the Hamilton administration has made clear.
Still not being careful with their coffee cup.
I have excellent news. We are approved. The new corporation is established.
Nice
Good
work,
old
Doc.
Doctor.
I guess the
Once again,
world's
rest in
first
peace, Jim
cyborg
Ward, by the
staffing
way.
firm is officially
The
open
voice
for
of
business.
Doctor passed away a
We
couple
are
days ago.
certified for construction and long-term nursing care, but this is just the beginning. The potential for new roles cyborgs can play is limitless.
And we're sure this isn't child labor?
The older children can work now, the rest when they come of age. And it's strictly voluntary, you know.
We're not running a charity here, huh?
See, she almost spilled it.
Donations alone would not even cover their maintenance. Besides, this way they'll learn a trade. Perhaps some discipline, huh?
It's not a perfect solution. But you know what? At least these kids will get a decent education.
Well, I'm not about to return them to the streets or to broken homes.
Yeah, I
At
love
least we
Boris.
can give them
He's such a
chance,
sweetheart.
huh? Oh,
He made him spill the coffee.
oops.
An imperfect solution for an imperfect world.
What about a final solution?
A peaceful application for all my research.
Since when do you care?
Well, recent events have been food for thought, shall we say?
No kidding.
Speaking of recent events, how's our new recruit working out?
Ah, yes, quite well. Quite well.
Oi, Sonny! Where you have this then?
That's the kid we helped out.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, okay. You make me head spin, you know? You're same age as me, but all this spaceship, you're genius, girl.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hot for days.
Huh? Where did that come from?
Alert. Alert. Rescinding.
This about a crazy world, nah? For me see that ninja, me never think I've been this kind of life.
Yeah.
Huh?
He rescued me too, you know. Saved my life.
Human Jar Jar. Well, now he's a
owe him
cyborg Jar
everything.
Jar. But yes.
To some people, he'll always be Jack the Ripper.
Now he's flirting with Sunny.
I know all about his past. He had it rough. And he hurt a lot of people.
Human cyborg Jar Jar.
But that's not the Raiden I know. The Raiden I know is a hero.
I can skip the credits. Huh. What? Oh, come on. We're not done here, chat. Hang on. We're not done here. Here we go. There's supposed to be a post-credit scene. See, dude, we're almost wrapped up here, but we missed the post-credit scene, and we got to see that post-credit scene.
And how's business?
Oh, good, good. Her doctor's research and staffing service certainly help.
I hear World Marshal's looking for a buyer.
Well, you cost them a lot of money, huh? Not to mention killing their funding. Literally. The bread-taking program is finished, but the larger company is not, I'm afraid. Someone will buy them. PMCs are in demand once again.
Yeah. Fighting for reasons they don't understand. Causes they don't believe in.
Beg pardon?
No. Nothing.
So, your mind is made? You will not come back.
Sorry, Boris.
I understand. But then, what will you do?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I have to see that cutscene. It's just too cool not to play. But there we go. That is Metal Gear Rising. So, how do I exit? There you go. Independent Ripper. Yeah. All right. So that is going to be it for us today, guys. So that's the end of Metal Gear Rising. So let's see what's coming up. Like I said before, next week, Thursday, Christmas Day, we'll be doing a usual time stream. We'll probably, you know what? We'll probably do the Middle East topic, the Middle East shitpost topic that day, just to make it fun. And then we'll do some quote unquote achievement hunting. So you can look forward to that. And then the week after, we'll be doing a Wednesday night stream for New Year's Eve, and it'll just be a nice hangout. And you guys can, we'll see if you guys can come hang out over Discord or something. So I'm sure that'll be fun. And yeah, that is it for now. If you guys are on in the Melee members stream, I think they're doing that tonight, so I should probably be hanging out over there. So if, you might see me over there. And if not, I will see you next week or later. Let's see, Wingus. Thanks for streaming. Hey, thank you for coming by. I always appreciate it. Always appreciate having people hang out. Forgot about the Middle East shitpost. Oh yeah. It's the new. I mean, if you want to see it yourself, it's just I think the last Count Dankula video, but we're gonna go beyond the Count Dankula video because it's just so funny. Have a good one until next time. You too, Fractured. You too, man. So yeah, let's say bye to let's see, who do I see in here? So I see we had Nerdy Neo, we had Dude, we had Lighthaven, Gangiro, Plague Doctor, Snap. Of course, we got Fractured and Wingus. We had Michael Espinoza. I think that's everybody. Later, Michael. Thank you for being here. All right. And we will see you guys later. I hope you have a lovely evening. And we will see you all next time.